Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to open this not open, it's actually open. I'm going to reconvene and reopen this meeting that started last Thursday. It's live webcast. We have electronic meeting attendance protocols in place, and I would ask you to observe them. This is for people who aren't here, who are on the driving. Don't drive while you're connected to the meeting. And those present, please ensure your phone is turned off or at the very least on silent. I'll make sure myself. Check. Apologies. I've asked for those. We have apologies from absence from Henderson and Hills. I don't know why.
And lateness from Councilor Furley.
Furley is late. Baker is here. Early departure. Everybody wants that.
So we're going to move and second that.
Moved and seconded. We approve the apologies from Sandra and Alf. Seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Good on you. Thank you for that. Are there any declarations of interest from councillors?
We're just going to approve the electronic attendance.
Oh, I have to approve the electronic attendance for
Councillor Furley and Councillor Walker.
Oh, okay, righto.
We can have a mover and seconder.
Mover and seconder, quite happy to approve that. There we are, Sayers and Stewart, thank you very much for that. All those in favour, please say aye. Righto. Righto, any declarations of interest from councillors? I'm sure there's lots of people who've got declarations of interest in the room, but that's different. Right, we have received several requests for public input. These have been declined under Standing Order 7.7.3. This standing order has been applied to all requests received, and to be clear, no one has been invited to speak, including local boards. For transparency, yesterday I met with the Speedway New Zealand and Palmerston North Speedway Limited to hear their views and understand the differing perspectives. This was a helpful discussion, and I'd like to thank both those groups. I'm not sure if they're here. I believe that staff have reflected what I heard from these two organisations in the updated advice that we are considering today. The time for public input was last week. The reason this meeting was adjourned was for council staff to use the time to confirm and verify the positions of stakeholders whose views were included in the staff report. We're here today to be provided that update as agreed. The declined requests were from Craig Steinbring, an individual, Leith Maskovich, an individual, Ron Kendall, the president of the Auckland Midget Racing Drivers Club, Lance Anderson, Olna Ford, Extreme Drivers League, Jason Jones, an individual, Waikaraka Park and the Western Springs Speedway, all have been declined under Standing Order 7.7.3 as it is not appropriate to hear them at this time. Okay, at last week's governing body, in response to advice from the Chief Executive, the governing body agreed to adjourn the meeting while considering the item on investment in Waikaraka Park and the consolidation of Speedway. This was after hearing last-minute communication from a stakeholder that was unhappy with the way their views had been presented in the staff report. At Thursday's meeting, council staff provided assurance that between now and then they would get in touch with stakeholders to verify their views. And before I hand over to staff, I want to acknowledge that this issue has a long history and is contentious. Sorry about that. We've all heard and received conflicting and divisive views from those within a community that all like the same sport. I'm sure these conflicting views are represented publicly in the gallery today. It's important that as governors we consider every input, but ultimately it's up to us to determine what provides the greatest value for investment and what is the best solution for the region. I want us to behave like grown-ups today and be respectful of this and not other things. Now, Ponsonby Rugby Club is a separate issue. I acknowledge the presence of Sir Brian in the room. My father played for Ponsonby and was very angry with me because I played for Te Papa, which is actually where Waikareka Park is. So I rather know the areas. We are here to make a decision today, one way or another, about shifting Speedway. So I want us to concentrate on Speedway. I want to just add a couple of little things as background to this. We as a city have to make more use of our existing facilities. Roads, everything has to be made more use of. I have already had squabbles with various rugby league people who told me they couldn't play on rugby union fields. Well, they can't play at the same time, but they can play at different times. We have to use things better. In my view, Waikareka Park is an industrial area which will not have some of the noise problems which have plagued Speedway. And the options, bluntly, as I've read them, is that Speedway moves with or without $11 million. Now, I'm old-fashioned, I'd take the $11 million, but I'm just going to hear from everybody else. I'm sure you've got plenty of opportunity, plenty of things to say. We are here to make a decision today one way or another. A delay isn't good for any of the options in the sport. So I'm going to hand over to senior staff to come forward. I've got Max, Anna, Bray and Alistair. Would you come forward and make your presentation, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. As mentioned by the Mayor, we paused the last meeting during questions. So the matter that was before us was a question about whether you wished to approve a request to transfer funding from Tātaki Auckland Limited to the Maungakeke Tamaki Local Board, which is necessary for them to implement part of the Waikareka Park Master Plan, specifically the critical works required to enable development of facilities there, which will enable the consolidation of speedway activities at Waikareka Park. So that's the question you have before you. We have already introduced the matter, and we won't sort of traverse that territory again. We will assume we can recall from last week. The purpose of the adjournment was to enable council staff the opportunity to engage with stakeholders that had been referred to in the report, so that we could make sure we had accurately reflected the perspectives of those stakeholders and informed you of their views and preferences. In the previous report that was on the agenda, we had relied on information we'd received from third parties in presenting views. That isn't our usual practice, and it was proper for us to take the opportunity to adjourn the meeting and make sure we had spoken directly with the stakeholders and could present a balanced and accurate picture of their perspectives. That process was led by Anna Bray, who's to my right, General Manager for Group Strategy, Transformation and Partnerships. We've had a limited time frame to do that, 2 working days and a long weekend. She led that process, and in a moment I'll ask her to address you on the key findings of the process, you've received a memorandum which set those out alongside a number of attachments, which includes all the correspondence, letters, confirmations that we have received during that process. Very finally, even with this sort of shortened window to provide you with additional information, we do acknowledge that there is a tight time frame for you to make a decision, and there are a number of matters to deal with. As we traversed last week, that reflects the way in which this matter has come together, at least from Council's perspective. we've gone through those matters. From a staff perspective, there is a decision before you that is open to you to make, and ultimately it's a question for you as a governing body whether you wish to make it. But it's our job to make sure you are as informed as possible. So I'll hand over to Anna to address you on the process she ran in terms of stakeholder engagement.
Thank you, Max, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So the result of the engagement that we have undertaken, as Max says, quickly over the long weekend, is set out in a memo to you. There are a number of attachments to that memo as well, which are in Nexus, and they set out the views directly from a lot of the stakeholders that we engaged with. I do appreciate that you have only received this information right up to leading into this meeting, and as the Chief Executive advised earlier, some of the correspondence was coming in right up to the last minute when the meeting started. With that in mind, I'll take you through some of the key points in the summary memo. So the key summary at the highest level of the stakeholder engagement is that there are very mixed, often conflicting views across stakeholders within stakeholder clubs, etc. So the job for you today is to consider all of the things that you hear from the stakeholder views, weigh them up and balance them. The first thing that we wanted to make sure about when we undertook our process to confirm and verify the stakeholder engagement that had already taken place was to get in touch with those who had provided letters of support to the agenda report that you looked at last week, as that's as one of those letters was what prompted us to adjourn the meeting. So I'll start with Speedway New Zealand. You're aware that during the meeting a further letter from Speedway New Zealand was received, which was concerned about misrepresentation of their view in the agenda report letter. We have met with them, the mayoral office and Auckland Council staff, to clarify the position. The position is that they wholeheartedly support the upgrade of Waikaraka Park, but we're not explicitly consulted on the fact that this would mean the end of speedway racing at Western Springs. Therefore, they could not hold a position on that, and they also could not let the governing body meeting think that that was their position, because their members were getting in touch with them to say that that's how their position was being conveyed. That act of having it conveyed in that way in the officer report was by no means intentional. It was just a misunderstanding of the purpose of what that letter of support was. But we've now clarified with Speedway New Zealand, they support the Waikaraka Park upgrade. They cannot hold a position on the consolidation of all speedway activity at Waikaraka Park and the ending at Western Springs, because as they weren't consulted explicitly on that as part of this engagement, they haven't consulted their members on that, so cannot hold a position. We also contacted Auckland TQ Midget Association, and there is an issue with the letter of support on there. That letter of support is only a reflection of an email from Michael Bruff, from Pack and Send, who is a sponsor of some speedway racing and a sponsor of drivers and cars. That letter on the agenda report reflected an email that he sent in support and reflected his own personal view and that of Pack and Send at the time of that agenda report. It has been clarified that that never represented the view of Auckland TQ Midget Association. Their view is that they do not hold a position on that, but that it is not their view as purported in that letter of support in the original agenda report to support consolidation at Western Springs, at Waikaraka Park, sorry, so we need to withdraw that letter. It is unclear how the letter got onto the agenda in the format that it did, but it is important to say that whilst it reflected the content of a letter to John McCallum, it is not him that put it in that format on that agenda. We are still looking at how that might have occurred, but it's important to note that it was not John McCallum. The other letters of support that appeared on that agenda report, we've contacted the writers or providers of those, and all of the remaining letters of support have had their contents confirmed by those parties. This includes Greenway Racing, Graham Standring, Palmerston North Speedway Limited, and Auckland Stock and Saloon Car Club. The next thing that we did was take the opportunity to get in touch with other racing clubs and teams and fans and drivers that had identified an interest in this issue. So we have reflected their views in the memo as well, and also included a lot of correspondence from them in the attachments that are on Nexus. The majority of stakeholders that we've engaged with would all love to see a future of Speedway at Western Springs. Most of them, but not all, would accept that if it wasn't possible to have Speedway racing at Western Springs any longer, then they would support Speedway racing at Waikaraka Park. Almost all support the upgrade of Waikaraka Park and the fact that this would enable more categories of racing at Waikaraka Park. But as has been mentioned, there's a lot of different views amongst the stakeholders engaged with. We've also engaged with people that are not part of the Speedway community at Western Springs or Waikaraka Park, but that for various other reasons have an interest in the activity that happens at Western Springs. This includes Eden Park Trust Board, who don't have a position on what happens with the Speedway at Western Springs, but have suggested instead that we talk to rugby clubs that do have an interest in that matter, and we have through the Chief Executive engaged with Sir Brian, who is here today, and also we have sent around a position from Chris Clues from the Ponsonby Rugby Club for you to look at in the attachments, and there's a brief summary in the memo as well. Active, the Auckland Sport and Recreational Trust, has provided a letter of support through Debbie Kurgenvin, which supports a proposal to consolidate Speedway, and that's at Waikaraka Park, and they've noted that funding for investment in motorsport from traditional sources is challenging. I think that I will leave that there, and we are happy to take questions.
Okay, questions, Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for the report. I've just got a couple of questions, probably quite high-level procedural ones, because some of the correspondence we've received has been around deficiencies in the entire process, criticisms about tight timeframes, didn't allow enough time for stakeholders to fully consider their positions, including probably running down to the fact some of the members of the public who wanted to present today haven't been allowed to under the execution of a standing order. So from your point of view, how robust and how well could it stand up to scrutiny of, say, for a one of those inquiries that you do around, I forget what they're called. What are they called? Judicial review, for example. That's one question.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair. We have set out in the report and in the and in this memorandum the process that has been undertaken, and it includes the engagement that has happened with stakeholders. It is our position that the decision which you're being asked to make is one that is available to you to make. And the process has been sufficient to put you in a position to make a decision. It is always a matter for you as the governing body to decide, fundamentally weigh those questions about whether you consider the process to be sufficient and whether you consider you have enough information to make a decision. If you do, I think that is, I'll leave it there. And if we need further information, we might, we could perhaps hear from legal advisors, but I think that reflects the advice we've received.
That's fine. Okay. Again, this is probably getting a little bit more into detail. Some of the correspondence that we've received fairly recently, I just wonder if council could make us aware, council officers could make us aware if they're aware of these concerns or not. And that's one around, we mentioned a Mr. John McCullum, and who apparently acts on behalf of Bruce Robinson in his capacity at both Western Springs and Waikaraka Park. And the concern is that significant pressure has been applied to Western Spring Speedway drivers to give feedback along the lines that he has put forward directly in his communication. So are we aware of that ourselves, other than the correspondence we received in it? And then I've just got one final query.
Thanks, you, Councillor. I mean, some of the information that we received, and it was in the original report, came via John McCullum, and he was doing his role in terms of gathering perspectives and support for the position that he was taking. And I think there's no criticism of that. Of doing that. I think that the step that needed to happen was that the council then needed to go and speak with the stakeholders directly and confirm those positions, which we have now done. And there's no sense that we've had from those stakeholders that there was any duress in terms of the way they were presenting their positions. Anna, do you want to add anything to that?
That's correct. And probably the other thing that I would add is that it is important to be clear, I think, that there is a challenging environment at Western Springs and not a viable operation going forward for that. So being clear about that it's a tough thing to hear, I think. The people that I have spoken with and my team has spoken with, it's very clear that there's a passion and deep emotional attachment to Western Springs, which I get, and that is a hard thing to overcome. But when faced with the decision on would you rather not have open wheel racing or speedway at Western Springs or in Auckland at all, then there was support for moving to Waikaraka Park, but a very hard thing to want to take a position on when that love of Western Springs is there.
All right, thank you, and that's thank you for your candid answer. The other one, just for clarification, really, is around the current promoter at Western Springs. Do they have a memorandum of understanding in place already regarding any move of Speedway to Waikaraka?
Yes, I think that's addressed in the report and was discussed at the workshop that we held on this matter. That's obviously would be expected, that if we are proposing consolidation, that we have made sure that the existing operator is prepared to accept and enable the additional classes of racing to happen at Waikaraka Park, and there's an MOU that confirms that.
Great, well, thank you very much. You just prompted one final question. That's the stock cars versus, I guess, kind of speedway vehicles. It's certainly not an area of my expertise, but in terms of them being accommodated going forward, could you just clarify in terms of perhaps the stock cars particularly? How they accommodate and do they run on the same track and any issues?
The information that we have is that a lot of work has gone in by Tātaki and the promoters and the clubs here to figure out what work is required to happen at Waikaraka Park in order to enable all the classes that currently race in Auckland to continue racing. And, frankly, that's the lion's share of this work and engagement has been focused on that. And we've reached the point that we are confident that that is the case, that all the classes can continue racing. It is fair to say there are some differences of emphasis, I suppose, on that point with some of the stakeholders. But that's the view of the promoters and operators, and indeed I understand that's the case everywhere else in New Zealand except for Christchurch, where these classes race together on the same track and are able to manage the practical configuration that's required in order for them to do so.
All right, well, thank you. I just thought they were part of the reason why I've asked these questions, just so they do get verbalised in the public arena. You'll appreciate. Thank you, Your Worship.
You okay with that, Councillor Sayers? Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you very much. Just a clarification, Mr Mayor, you said that today's decision was about Speedway, but Deputy Mayor said last week when she was chairing that the decision was about the $11 million being transferred to the board to upgrade Waikaraka Park, and that that decision was just contingent to Speedway, us accepting Speedway would be shutting.
Maybe I can answer that, unless I've got this wrong. The $11 million comes from capitalising the $1.2 million a year that we lose in running it there. So that you don't get $11 million unless it happens. Okay?
So that asked the last question, where was it coming from? Where's the losses? The Speedway promoter makes losses on this venue. Is he subsidised by Tātaki? And where's Tātaki's losses that they're saying?
So there are two parts to that question. So first of all, I understand the promoter makes a loss, and they've been clear in the letter they've sent you that they make a loss in terms of their operations in running Speedway, and that was the case with the previous operator. Prior to 2019, they were also making a loss in operating Speedway at Western Springs. That partly just reflects the restrictions that are in place at Western Springs in terms of the unitary plan restrictions, the number of races they can run or meets they can have per year. So they are clear, the operator's clear they don't intend to carry on, given their position was they were fronting up with their own money to enable this to work because they wanted to keep open wheel racing in Auckland. Now that there is a viable opportunity on the table to enable that to happen, that's there for us to take. They're not prepared to carry on losing money in order to enable open wheel racing to remain in Auckland. So therefore it'd be a question about whether there's another operator who'd be willing to do so. So that's the first part of the question around whether the operator loses money. Tātaki's position, and is referred to in the reports, they are clear that they, in terms of their profit and loss, they lose $1.2 million. If you remove outlier years like COVID and other things, in a sort of normalised year, they lose going forward about $1.2 million per year in running Speedway. That's the cost of maintaining the track and other costs related to them having Speedway there, minus the income they receive in terms of licence fees, and that results in a $1.2 million annual loss. And that's I'm just trying to refer to the section of the report so that it can be, make sure that's very clear. At paragraph 73, that's where that's the advice we've received from Tātaki. So a normalised year typically operates at a net cost to council of $1.2 million per year. That's just the operating loss. That does not factor in. That does not factor the opportunity cost in terms of what could be, further income that has been foregone as a result of using the venue for other things.
Max, apologies. I was just going to pause you. I was getting an indication from Tātaki.
Tātaki might like to come forward and answer that a bit. CFO, thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. Just want to clarify one comment there, and appreciate the complexity around this, but the $1.2 million loss that is referenced in the report relates to the operation of the stadium as a whole. It does not relate specifically to Speedway, but Speedway is part of the mix of activity that results in the stadium operating at a $1.2 million loss. And the report goes on to point out that if we were in a position of operating the stadium without Speedway, that there would be a projected improvement of up to $1.1 million.
Can you give me a percentage right now of that operational cost? What part is attributed to Speedway?
The best response for, so TAU's position is that the greatest cost to TAU of Speedway at Western Springs is the opportunity cost through not being able to host higher yielding activity. So freed from the requirement to host 12 Speedway events through the peak summer period, remembering that the Speedway schedule is stipulated so that there have to be 3 events in November, 2 events in December, 3 events in January, 3 events in February, and 1 event in March. There is no flexibility in terms of spreading those events in any other way through summer. Impacts significantly on our ability to make the venue available for concert events.
Thank you.
Councillor Watson, please.
Yeah, so these questions are just to do with stakeholder feedback at this stage, so I'll just confine myself to that. I've got other questions to do with other matters that I'll add on after people have had the chance to talk about this. So I guess my first question really goes to this fundamental notion of support or not support. That's pretty much what you've been looking at. So I'd just like, before we start, just to put that in context, have Western Springs Speedway, have they been told that their lease won't be renewed and that there is no future for them at Western Springs? Have they been told that at the off?
When you refer to Western Springs Speedway, you mean the current operator at Western Springs Speedway, the current promoter?
The operator, yes.
I think probably it's best for Tātaki to answer that question.
Chief Executive of
I think
welcome to answer
the answer, I think, is yes. I think also we're noting the letter from them saying they do not wish to continue.
So to answer your question, an agreement, a 4-year agreement or 4-year license was agreed with Palmerston North Speedway, 2019, I believe. That expired last year. That agreement, at the time it was negotiated, there was an explicit understanding with Palmerston North Speedway that it wouldn't be renewed. That predates TAU. When that point arrived last year, and we were faced with the position with Palmerston North Speedway, we agreed with Palmerston North Speedway that we would extend the licence another year. The reason being that those 4 years were affected by COVID. It had affected Palmerston North Speedway's ability to run their events, and that during that year we would take time to work on what an alternative solution would be. And that is the solution that we are talking about today. It's been jointly worked on as a response to dealing with the fact that the licence that Palmerston North Speedway expires after the season, and that we have not committed to doing anything beyond this current licence period. It brings us to decisions that the only relationship that Tātaki has with Speedway is through the operator. And that those decisions are made by the board of TAU under its trust deed, and that those are the decisions that we are effectively dealing with at the moment.
Okay, so that would explain why the Western Springs Speedway manager then has said publicly in the press that the motorsport was not leaving because it chose to leave, but because Tātaki made it clear Speedway had its day at Western Springs. Given the opportunity, he said Speedway would like to stay at Western Springs under a model where you could have some longevity. Western Springs is and has been ideal for Speedway since 1929. And that Waikareka Park would never be a Western Springs. So I guess my notion is when councillors are getting told that there's letters of support or people are supporting, if they've been giving an ultimatum, as has been the case here, then it's a little bit of a stretch to take that as an expression of support. They feel they don't have a choice. Isn't that a more accurate characterisation of the feedback from that sector of the Speedway community?
So, councillor, and through the mayor, I think there is some nuance to this because it is a complex picture, and that's what we have tried to present in the memo and information that Anna Bray has given you, which is that yes, the majority of stakeholders we spoke with did express the view that they would prefer to see a future at Western Springs for Speedway. And we've made that clear in our memo to you, and that's also, and all the letters that we have included and provided to you, pick up on that sentiment. Most of the stakeholders we spoke with, not all of them, but most of them appreciated to some extent that was not currently viable, and that there wasn't a viable proposition at the moment to carry on with Western Springs. That some stakeholders want the council and Tātaki to try harder to make that possible, and some are expressing the view that even though reluctantly, a reluctant view that ultimately, looking at all these things together, looking at the future at Western Springs, looking at the $11 million on the table to upgrade Waikareka Park, they ultimately think this is the right course for the sport. So it is a balanced, nuanced position. It's not as simple to say they support it or don't support it.
Well, I guess in the past it's been the council, the councilors who have been making that call by way of resolution. Incidentally, and just finally on the notion of ultimatums, have Ponsonby Rugby been told the same thing while we're dealing with this? Have they been told the same thing, that their lease isn't going to be renewed?
Ponsonby Rugby's lease ends in 2027. We have been working through options with them. We've not told them that it won't be renewed.
Okay, so that's a little unusual, because Mr. Parkinson is on camera in the Herald website saying, quote unquote, "We are not interested in extending their lease in the main stadia here." So that would appear to be a little contradictory once again. If I could go to the classes, you've conducted an investigation of a sort into the bits of feedback we received. Could you explain to me, please, why Speedway New Zealand letter of support as it appeared in attachment F and the Auckland Stock and Saloon Car Club response, feedback, are almost verbatim the same? Virtually word for word, every single word. So we have New Zealand Speedway, which has raised concerns over the way they've been represented, and we have a feedback from Auckland Stock and Saloon Car Club, and they're the same.
Just to be clear, councillor, the Speedway New Zealand raised issues around how the report described their letter. They have not in any way raised concerns about whether or not they sent the letter and intended its contents. So the letter is a accurate and legitimate letter from Speedway New Zealand.
So my question is why are those two letters from two separate organisations the same?
Well,
verbatim?
I think I don't know the answer to your question other than I can speculate that they were being supported and asked to provide those letters by the same person, and that is quite an ordinary and proper way of soliciting letters of support.
All right, let's move on to the classes of cars. There's 5 classes of cars at Western Springs, and I think belatedly there has been an accumulation of the responses back from them. So I just want to check I've got this right, because we've just had a whole lot of information dumped on our lap today. So as I understand it, the sprint cars don't have a formal club, but the Auckland Midget Racing Drivers Club, who would have liked to have and denied speaking rights, they support staying at Western Springs. Correct? The F2 club, they have articulated support of the same. The Auckland Three-Quarter Midget Club has said that they prefer to remain neutral, but have again raised issues about the way they were characterised in their apparent feedback, and that there were concerns with the way that had been represented, and that the Kiwi Kids Final One Quarter Midget Club haven't conducted a poll, but like a number of other groups would like to stay at the Western Springs if that was all possible. So that's a pretty emphatic response from the 5 classes that use Western Springs, isn't it?
Well, councillor, thank you for the question. I think each of those clubs is referred to in our memorandum, and we've attached the letters we've received from those clubs. I think the position is again, it's nuanced, and you'll need to read the letters to understand the full picture. At least in one case, which I'm just trying to find the reference to, the theme is that, like I said before, they would prefer to stay at Western Springs in a sustainable way if that was possible, but in some cases are supportive of the upgrade of Waikaraka Park to enable consolidation if that is the only possible way to continue racing in Auckland.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, I think we've got a clear notion what the 5 classes have said there. One of the key stakeholders, if not the key one that doesn't appear to have been captured in any shape or form, and which is actually signalled as a risk in the Auckland Speedway location analysis, page 39, in terms of risks, we are told by the author, if this project fails to deliver or meet expectations, it may have a negative impact on the future of the sport, resulting in a loss of spectators, sponsors and competitors. So I guess given that we have a really clearly identified, viable and loyal group of fans who have been going for time and eternity and who are there 10, 12 times a year, what what has been the feedback from the consultation with them?
So the feedback through consultation, and the key thing is that it's mixed, and then the other key thing is that there definitely is a preference to try and make Western Springs work, but that there's support for the upgrade of Waikaraka Park. In an ideal world, there'd be the money available to do both the upgrade of Waikaraka Park and a continuation of racing at Western Springs. A number of concerns were raised with me and the team that were contacting our stakeholders over the weekend around some concerns, and they include things like if it was to move to Waikaraka Park, the lease would need to allow for open wheel racing, concerns about capacity with having all categories running at the one venue. Also concerns about will spectators go out to Waikaraka Park, and the experience over COVID and other flooding issues where Speedway has been held out there, the spectators did not come. This is acknowledged. It could be very much the case, though, that with a renewed and upgraded Western Springs, that would no longer apply, and spectators might be interested. It's fair to say that there are definitely concerns with moving open wheel racing and speedway out to Waikaraka Park, but it's also fair to say that there's support for the upgrade, and that there's by and large a preference to move speedway to Waikaraka Park if Western Springs is not an available or viable option.
So I guess my question was, what form did that consultation take with the fans, who are very clearly identifiable group? What was the consultation that took place there, given that in respect of the Local Government Act, a local authority must, in the course of its decision making in relation to a matter, give consideration to the views and preferences of people likely to be affected by or have an interest in this matter. So clearly fans are going to be affected. They've got as much of an interest in it as anyone, and I'm assuming therefore that there's some response over the last 6 years that has canvassed their view. I mean, if we take it a step forward, the network of stadiums and venues appear as a schedule of a strategic asset, and it's in our significance and engagement policy. So we're dealing with the stadium. Just a few months previously, every person in Auckland had their say on North Harbour Stadium, every single person. So I ask, what form were the fans who are there every couple of weeks, were they engaged with and their feedback captured as per the requirement of the Local Government Act, and arguably as a logical expectation as far as that stadium being part of our strategic network?
Thank you for the question. So the view of the fans has not been captured by me explicitly and the team speaking with all of the fans of Speedway in Auckland. However, fans that have already been part of the process or provided their views to us are included in your pack. Mostly the engagement, getting the fans' views, has been with the clubs and others that we have engaged with that have conveyed the view of the fans to us.
So can I just want to add to that. So there hasn't been formal consultation undertaken about this decision. I want to be very clear about that. There has been engagement with stakeholders, and over the years, and in the letters and information you've received, there's a number of pieces of information you have which convey the views and preferences of users of Speedway. The provision of the Local Government Act that you refer to, councilor, does impose a requirement to consider views and preferences. It's quite explicitly does not require the council to consult on matters. So it is a matter for you to consider the universe of information that you have about views and preferences of people affected, which include Speedway users and other Aucklanders who may be affected by this decision, and collectively decide whether you have sufficient information to proceed. The advice we've received is that there is sufficient information from a legal perspective to proceed.
Okay, I guess the point there, without labouring it, is I would have thought an issue that is so sensitive, that has such a history, that has had 6 years to get everything out in the open, including the view of the fans, and have the courtesy of making an explanation to them, that opportunity would have been taken by the council, especially when a few years ago there was a petition, 30,000 people. 30,000, that's no small number, 30,000 people to save Western Springs. So I would say that is a very significant gap in the way this whole matter has been canvassed. In respect then of the situation where we find ourselves in today, I guess we have a position where the choice, or the support or otherwise, is really being presented as something of an ultimatum. Well, that's been confirmed. We're not going to renew your lease. You're going. We have quotes essentially from the entity that operates Western Springs saying as much on multiple occasions. We have a clear preference from the 5 classes of races at Western Springs saying that they want to stay, and we have, the final revelation that despite everything, and despite the passage of time, and despite, nearly endless opportunities every season, and on which the success of a move to Waikaraka Park depends on a whole number of levels, i.e. people going to watch the sport there, we haven't even canvassed those key stakeholders. So I'll leave my questions on that feedback just at this. I have other questions that go to other matters, Mr. Mayor, that I'll pick up later on, that I assume that opportunity will be made.
Thanks, I do want to let other councillors have a few questions. Councillor Newman's next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm so torn on this. I wondered if I could have the officers for TAU, just in terms of the financial performance of the stadia for a moment. Good afternoon. Look, can you just confirm the EBITDA performance results for any of your stadia? None of them are particularly good, are they? What is the least worst performing stadia that you have in terms of your EBITDA result?
Go Media Stadium is the best performing of our 3 stadia.
Okay, and so with the change that is supported by the TAU board at Western Springs, are you anticipating a break-even position with respect to EBITDA at Western Springs?
No, we're anticipating still being in a loss, but a small loss.
Okay. So, with respect to the proposal for the transfer of the funding for the agreed scope of critical works, the really interesting word in there is the word critical, because I've seen this before. We need to fund the critical works. If the $11 million is transferred, is that full and final? Are you ever going to come back to us to say, we've got a new tranche of fundings required for other works which are not deemed to be critical, but are essential for the operation of Waikaraka Park? Is there stuff which is non-critical, but you'd like to bid for that at a future time?
So I'm not sure that is a question for Tātaki, because while we'll be transferring budget from Tātaki to the local board, this would become a local board project that Tātaki would be managing on the local board's behalf in terms of delivery. the it would be important for the council that if this resolution proceeded, that we followed through and made good on the promise here to make the facility at Waikaraka Park operational for all classes, and because that is the essence of what's being proposed here. We have a high level of we have confidence that the $11 million estimate is a good one to proceed on. It's been looked at by several parties. There is, and I think there will always be, for all of our assets, plans and hopes and dreams to make things even better. And I think the sorts of discussions we've had is if you have a speedway operator here, 35 events, upgraded venue, they've got permission to have 35 events on the energy plan, then they're in a long-term favourable lease arrangement, that's going to put them in a position to be able to fundraise themselves to be able to invest in their asset. And so I think in the future you'd be looking for co-investment rather than direct council investment. The answer, this narrow answer to the question, councillor, is the $11 million is all that is required in our view to complete the works that have been agreed. There is a possibility that further additional works will be wanted, and in that circumstance where you've got an operator operating successfully with a long-term lease and the ability to utilise the venue well, we would be expecting some degree of co-investment and fundraising, and that's been the sorts of discussions we've had with the operator as well. Is there anything you would add?
I asked that question because the last time we had a conversation about this in 2018, the numbers wobbled and wobbled and wobbled on the day, literally by the hour, and the numbers really expanded, contracted, and it really came down to a definitional issue of what's going to be required. So what I want to know is, frankly, is this full and final? I suspect it isn't, and if it's not, what would be the scope of the stuff that isn't being talked about today? If you can't comment on that, if we're not at that stage, that's fine.
Very happy to respond to that. We have deliberately taken design through to develop design stage, so we have got confidence in the cost estimate. So the 11 million cost estimate provides the necessary upgrades that the Stock and Saloon Car Club and Palmerston North Speedway have identified as being required to provide the capacity and capability for all forms of four-wheeled speedway to participate at Waikaraka Park. There is a long-standing issue to do with the former heritage grandstand at Waikaraka Park that was demolished for health and safety reasons. And since the demolition of that grandstand, council has provided and been maintaining temporary grandstand infrastructure to replace that lost capacity. That remains a matter that from the Stock and Saloon Car Club's perspective is unresolved, but that is separate to this issue of consolidation and the critical works. For the foreseeable future, that temporary grandstand will provide what is required.
Okay, look, I've got a couple more questions, but I would have to say it really depends on if the ratepayers might not view it in that context, but can I just ask them, in coming to this discussion today, is the Board of TAU firm in its position that it doesn't have an intention of continuing with a proposal which would require the maintenance upgrade of Western Springs for Speedway?
Sorry, could you just ask the question? The board is,
Is the Board of Tātaki coming to this discussion today firm in its position that it would not support your organisation investing and maintaining Western Springs for the purpose of housing Speedway?
Vicky Salmon, the chair, is here, so I may defer to her, but what I will say is that it is a commercial decision around the cost to TAU of not proceeding with this decision is commercially disadvantageous. It's certainly there is no intention to continue to incur losses, and on that basis, if no decision was made to upgrade Waikaraka Park, there still remains a question of how you address the 1.1 million gap that you would otherwise fill through the move. So there is at the end of the day, it is not economic, or it is less economic to move for Speedway to move to Waikaraka Park.
But I accept that, but it's on the continuum of EBITDA results for Stadia, none of which are economic. But I think Vicky Salmon, you wanted to comment?
We would not invest in Western Springs for Speedway. 12 nights do not make sense. The investment required does make no commercial sense, and for the sport, I think it doesn't allow it to go forward, and I think we will have to recognise that.
And just a couple more questions, if I may, Your Worship, but probably that's all for TAU at this stage, but it's the officers with respect to the presentation of, how we got to this point from the resolution in 2018, if I may. So the report appears to lean in heavily on the Stadia Strategy Working Group discussion. I've been part of that. I don't. Can I just get some clarity here, because that group has never resolved issues around a future home for cricket. I know that there was a heads of agreement between council and NZ Cricket for NZ Cricket to go to Western Springs. That is obviously not in the running. We actually haven't resolved, we haven't even got the SOSA matter resolved yet. That was part of the statement of intent. We had the statement of intent, and then we overlooked that when we went to the Stadia Strategy discussion. So can I just get an understanding? The report relies heavily on that Stadia Strategy Working Party discussion, but we actually don't have a landed position with respect to the previous discussion around what would happen at Western Springs, for cricket and Ponsonby Rugby yet, do we?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I don't think that the intention of the report was to rely heavily on it. The intention was to traverse what had occurred, and the working group was one thing that had occurred, which related to the resolution, but it hasn't, as you rightly point out, resolved itself, or resolved all the questions referred to in the previous resolution. I suppose the point to make here is that since 2018, a number of different discussions have taken place about Stadia, including discussions with the Eden Park Trust Board. I attended a meeting of the Eden Park Trust Board last night and spoke with them about this proposal, and that's referred to in the memorandum, and that included representatives from cricket that were present at the meeting, and they took essentially no position. As you rightly point out, the Previously, the discussions about Speedway were linked quite heavily to discussions about the future of cricket in Auckland, and that is no longer considered to be the case by the council, by Tātaki, or by Eden Park. So that link is, which made Eden Park sort of central to this conversation, is no longer there, and that was the case in 2018. Is no longer the case today. I suppose the key point in the report is a number of things have happened since 2018, which relate to that resolution. And it's available to the governing body to decide whether to proceed or to defer again.
My final question, Your Worship, because in 2018, there's probably only 2 councillors in 2018 who really displayed too much interest at that stage about a Waikaraka solution. One is Councillor Bartley, who has always been very consistent in this space, and I credit her. But in 2018, the discussion was about a move from Western Springs to Collindale Park. That is absolutely off the table now. The script has changed, and now it's Western Springs to Waikaraka. We are no longer talking about Collindale in any way, shape or form for Speedway.
That's correct, Councillor. I think one of the key differences between then and now is the process that Tātaki have undertaken with the sector to undertake that location analysis and to develop up all the way through to the design stage a plan which is supported by the promoters, and that is a different context than we had in 2017-18.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lee, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. The way this discussion and the narrative around this proposal has been constructed is very much focused on consolidation of Speedway. In other words, the removal of Speedway from Western Springs to Waikaraka Park. And we're told we're just meant to focus on that. I think even the Mayor kind of alluded to that. So it's all about moving Speedway. In fact, really it's about a technical decision to transfer $11 million to the Maunga Kia Tamaki Local Board. I wonder how that aligns with our responsibilities under the Local Government Act when it comes to decision making. And the question is to Mr. Hardy, who is a lawyer, and I'm referring to section 76 to 82, I think it is, under the Local Government Act. That's the act that each and every one of us swear to uphold as a condition of becoming a councillor. So it's a solemn oath by each and every one of us around this table, the elected people around this table, that they're obliged to uphold. So I won't go through them all. There's quite a few of them. However, I want to talk to, I think it's, where is it? Okay. Just excuse me, there's so much of this stuff. I'll refer to the extent, I think it's 79.2, and the question is Mr. Hardy, the extent to which the nature of a decision or the circumstances in which a decision is taken allow the local authority to scope and apportion the opportunity, I beg your pardon, the scope and opportunity to consider a range of options or the views and preferences of other persons, because there are other persons involved in this decision, and it's not just about $11 million. The implications are that the cost would be a lot more to get Wairarapa Park up to scratch, to consolidate Speedway, which in itself is technically difficult. So, in your view, is this the report, and all we have in the report is essentially a undisclosed higher and better purpose for Western Springs? Is the report, in your view, consistent and compliant with decision-making responsibilities for the elected people under the Local Government Act?
Thank you, Councillor. I do need to clarify, in case I get in trouble from the Law Society, that I'm not currently a lawyer. I was previously a lawyer. I'm still admitted, yes. The answer to your question is yes. We believe that it's open to you to make the decision. I would refer you to the essential nature of parts. I'm going to become a lawyer all of a sudden. Basically, the essential nature of Part 6 of Local Government Act, which is what you're referring to, is it sets out standards that apply to decision making, and then it leaves it open to you as decision makers to decide how best to give effect to those principles. And that recognises that there's a democratic context here, and that decisions will often happen in a way that isn't perfect, but you know that the time frames in which decisions are made sometimes require expeditious decision making and require democratic judgment to be exercised by elected representatives, and that's the context in which you have to make those judgments. So you have rightly referred to some of those responsibilities that you have, and we have traversed in our report the process that we've gone through within the time frame we've had available to put you in a position to make a decision, noting the limitations of that process.
Just a follow-up question, one follow-up question. In clause 21 of the report, which you're one of the authorisers of, there's a reference to finding a higher and better use for the Western Springs Stadium, and it also notes that a number of the proposals that are under consideration are incompatible with ongoing Speedway operations. We don't know what those proposals are. We've never been told. We should be told, I would have thought, if we are to make decisions as required under the Local Government Act. But why do you believe, you must be aware of them because you've alluded to them, why do you think these proposals are assumed to be higher and better?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not aware of them. What I am aware of is the EOI process which was public and listed on GETS. That has been taken, the Tātaki is undertaken, and I am clear that decisions about that ultimate use of Western Springs will be decisions that will need to be made by a governing body, and that you will need to be fully informed of relevant matters before you make those decisions. So the context today is that, you know, we've gone through the reasons why this matter has come to you within the time frame that it has, because there's a very narrow window of time to make a decision to enable this to take place before the next season of Speedway. It's a separate matter from deciding the future of Western Springs, which will certainly come before you at the appropriate time.
So that's not really an answer, so thank you.
Okay, Councillor Walker, are you out there?
I'm absolutely out here. Can you hear me okay?
Go ahead. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so look, I have a number of questions. I'd like to confine my questions at this point to issues that have been raised in the discussion to date. And first of all, I just want to address the items that have been referred to that go to budget, and they really just go to some clarification on my part. First off, can it be established that Tautaki Auckland Unlimited depends entirely on Auckland Council for its capital budget and also for a significant amount of its operational budget because it runs at a operational loss, but especially the capital budget because that's what's being applied here? So a fairly simple question.
Is the question, councillor, sorry, could you repeat the question? I'm not sure it's totally simple.
Well, let me express it another way. Where does Auckland Unlimited get all of its capital budget from? It doesn't generate it itself. It all comes from Auckland Council. That is the case, is it not?
Well, it manages a set of assets which are in trust, and some of which generate revenue, and then the budget is confirmed by the council, the additional budget. I'm going to let Nick Hill answer that question.
Correct. I mean, I'm referring at this point to the capital budget.
Yeah, the capital budget is fully funded by the council.
Okay, that's fine. The other question I've got just goes to the incorrect information that Mr. Hardy put initially around the operation at Western Springs. As far as the track is concerned, my understanding is that the track and matters that go to Speedway are funded by the Speedway operation currently, and that has always been the case, is it not? So, fairly simple question. Speedway funds its activities at Western Springs. Is that the case?
Yes, it does, but there are areas where costs can be split, like pulling up and pulling down the safety fences. So there will be costs that we may wear.
But in the main, the costs at Western Springs for Speedway are borne by Speedway.
The event
okay, look, that's fine. I'll move on. I'll move on to the next question. Are you at liberty to tell us what revenue Tautaki gets per meeting from Speedway?
Through the chair, the specific revenue I'd regard as commercially sensitive, but to provide context to help answer your question, the revenue that Tautaki earns from a season of Speedway equates to half of a large concert at Western Springs.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what the reason for commercial sensitivity is. Is there some form of competition with Speedway at Western Springs? What's the reason for commercial sensitivity? Do Speedway have a problem with disclosing it? That's a question that stands on the table.
I've just got the nod from the promoters, so that the answer to your question is $12,500, including GST per event.
Okay. The other comparative question I've got, quite obviously it's not a Tautaki matter, but it's an Auckland Council matter. What revenue is received at Waikaraka Park per meeting?
Nothing.
Is there any revenue that's received at all? Or is it simply a peppercorn lease per year? Can I have that established?
The arrangement at Waikaraka Park is a community lease, is my understanding. With obligations.
What's the amount per year?
Operator to maintain the track.
Okay. What's the amount per year? Is it a couple of dollars or what is it?
Council, my understanding is it's a peppercorn rental.
Okay, well that's fine. And then my understanding is at what
Context though is in terms of where that line of questioning, well, the implication is.
well that
context
context will become apparent soon.
Right.
I can establish that context in a moment. And as far as
Order, Chair.
the motorsport related activities at Waikaraka Park are concerned, are they met by Waikaraka Park Stock and Saloon?
The questioner is speaking over the top. Can we make sure that we allow the staff to fully answer the questions, even when the answers are inconvenient?
Okay, that's...
It's a little difficult for me online, I'm sorry.
Walker, just hold the questions until the staff member's finished his answer and then have your next question. That's what we've been asked for. So, did you get...
Okay.
I just wanted to be clear, Councillor, that the overall financial position for the council would be improved as a result of this decision, because the lease arrangement in place for Waikaraka Park would remain at a peppercorn rental, and that would enable a financially viable speedway operation to operate at Waikaraka Park, and the financial position of Tātaki at Western Springs would improve, and the information has been presented by Tātaki to support that today.
And through the chair, I'd just add that whilst it's a peppercorn rental at Waikaraka Park, there are costs imposed on the leasee in terms of maintenance of the facility. We don't have those figures here today, but it is not a $0 contribution.
Okay, next question.
So further to my earlier question, then we've established that it's simply a peppercorn arrangement, and that the Stock and Saloon, obviously in a similar arrangement to Western Springs, pay for the track and related costs. So I think we've got that on the table. What follows from that is that given that Tautaki and effectively Auckland Council currently generate revenue from Western Springs Speedway at Western Springs, that under the arrangement at Waikaraka Park, that will no longer be the case, and quite obviously there's a significant cost there. It was mentioned at $12,500 per meet by Mr. Parkinson. I don't have a calculator on me right now, but quite obviously it's not too difficult to work that out. So I'll just leave that point on the table. The other question I've got just goes to this benefit, so-called, and it's been established by Mr. Parkinson, and I've had some information via Alistair Cameron that is essentially made around an assumption of more concerts. So the question that I've got relating to that, has there been any business case, and in particular any marketing information that indicates that there might be extra concerts, and in particular in a circumstance where Eden Park is successful in its fast track legislation for significantly more and larger concerts at Eden Park, and that there are significant concerts at Mount Smart Stadium, the prospect of concerts at North Harbour Stadium and other venues, is there a likelihood that there may well not be the anticipated concerts and therefore revenue at Western Springs? I'd just like some clarification around the accuracy of that, because we have had experiences with Tautaki where they've failed badly around projections, especially at North Harbour Stadium. So is there any business case? Are there any evidence of promoters, or is it wishful thinking?
In response to your question, the $1.1 million improvement, first of all, acknowledges the loss of Speedway revenue, so that is built into the $1.1 million improvement. The uplift in concert activity reflects the inquiries that we receive that we are currently not able to accommodate because of Speedway. It reflects the level of interest that we have had expressed by the major promoters for placing concerts into Western Springs if Speedway was not there. And it is important to acknowledge that the type of concert that promoters are looking to place into Western Springs is quite different to the types of concerts that are contemplated for either Eden Park, Go Media Stadium or North Harbour Stadium. And the key difference is that the concert events that promoters are looking to place into Western Springs are events that are looking for that park, green, open, general admission event, not the grandstand corporate facilities that are on offer at those other stadia.
Okay, just a further question. Are there venues such as the Auckland Domain that might be cost effective for a promoter and be equal, if not better, than possibly something at Western Springs? I'm thinking of, Coca-Cola in the park and other events.
Councillor.
I can answer that as chair of the Domain Committee. The Domain events at the Domain are limited under and Councillor Fletcher will back me up on this, under the Domain Act, and it's not an event destination.
Okay, all right. The other budget question I've got is around this assumption around 11 million of long-term planned funding. My understanding is that a sum of money is required to be spent at Western Springs regardless because of damage to the area where the pits have been for Speedway, for electrics and for other things. So is that budget in place? Is it going to be affected by this 11 million provision?
No, it's not. It doesn't in any way affect the remediation works that are underway or have been mostly completed at Western Springs.
Okay. The other question I've got that goes to budget goes to the earlier issues raised around whether the support base will move to Waikaraka Park, because the evidence to date, and certainly the evidence we received around Collindale Park, is that they would not. At Speedway, what is the potential seating capacity for a Speedway meet there?
It is my understanding that Waikaraka Park currently operates to a capacity of approximately 6,000 people.
What's the capacity at Western Springs?
The seated capacity at Western Springs is approximately 12,500.
What's the capacity for a concert? What's the capacity for a concert?
Capacity for a concert at Western Springs is 49,500.
So
30.
That 12,000 that 12,000 seated for Speedway seems to be on the light side. Are you sure that's correct? Yeah. I know that Speedway at times have had as many as 28,000 patrons.
So,
It meets.
sorry, in response to that, the 49,500 for a concert has 35,000 placed on the field and Speedway track. You then have additional capacity for a concert because people are standing, whereas for Speedway people are seated. So that is the explanation for the significant difference in capacity. The largest Speedway crowd that I am aware of at Western Springs in the last 8 years is 12,500 people. And that was for the event under the former promoter when it was promoted as being the last ever Speedway event at Western Springs.
And is it correct that under the earlier promoters, prior to RFA taking over Speedway, that there was significantly more patronage? Yes. As much as 28,000?
I'm not privy to attendances prior to our involvement, but I will make a general observation that attendance at many sports events has decreased over time.
Okay. The other issue that I just want to address as it goes to cost and budget is one of the costs that have been put up is that the cost of achieving more meets through the unitary plan is prohibitively expensive. Is it not the case that if that process occurs through the review of the unitary plan, that it's relatively economical, particularly given that Speedway is 100% compliant in respect of noise and light, that are the major issues, and also in terms of traffic management, they're compliant. So can you just confirm that the costs are much more modest and quite practicable under a circumstance where the changes are made through a unitary plan review?
Through the chair, it would depend whether that aspect of any review of the unitary plan ended up being appealed to the Environment Court, so I can't really comment on it. If it was just part of a review of the unitary plan, then it would be relatively inexpensive. I would note that probably the soonest that the review of the unitary plan will be out for public consultation is, I think, 2029.
Are we working on it now?
Is the question, councillor, are we working on the full review of
the entire
plan?
I'm just trying to get a sense of the practicable option of having more flexibility around Speedway meets and more Speedway meets, which goes to the economics of Speedway at Western Springs and its contribution. So I think I've had the answer that it's a modest cost that's sufficient at this time.
Well, it's relatively
other question
less expensive than carrying out a current
plan
change. It's certainly not inexpensive. That process of reviewing the unitary plan is a very time-intensive and resource-intensive process, as you know.
Sure. My major interest was just to establish that it's significantly less than the amount mentioned in the agenda item. The other question that I've just got that goes to budget, and I know that it has apparently not been considered adequately under option 1, but is it the case that improvements at Western Springs to cater for Speedway would be fairly modest? And perhaps if I had an appreciation of what that cost was, that would be helpful. Has it been adequately considered in option 1? Do we have some costs?
Do we have costs for what, sorry, councillor?
Well, one of the options that's in the location analysis and one of the options that we're required to consider under our requirements under the Local Government Act is quite obviously the current situation, which is Speedway staying at Western Springs. So I'm interested in knowing what the cost would be for any improvements needed for Speedway at Western Springs. Are they modest? I mean, we're talking about 11 million at Waikareka Park. What's the comparative cost at Western Springs?
Councillor, I think I understand the question. I might ask Tataki to address it in a second. One thing I would say is we don't currently have a proposal from an operator wishing to operate Western Springs Speedway from the next season. So there isn't a proposal that we're aware of to undertake any particular works in order to operate Western Springs.
But
So
I understand that, but further to that,
the location analysis.
So
just further to that,
Sorry, councillor, can we just...
is it conceivable that there could be a proposal?
Your question about the location analysis and the work that was done to ascertain what would be required to operate Speedway at Western Springs, as it currently is, I assume.
Yes.
So the 11 million for Waikareka Park is to enable consolidation of the classes. There has been no work done to look at the cost of consolidation of the classes at Western Springs, because with a limit of only 12 events per year at Western Springs, there is no opportunity for consolidation at Western Springs.
Sorry, I'll just add...
Just for clarification.
The cost of operating Western Springs at... operating Speedway at Western Springs is addressed. We've traversed that several times in terms of the ongoing cost to Tātaki is estimated at $1.1 million per year to carry on as we are.
That's an operational cost. My question is around any additional capital required from council over and above any remediation work to do with flooding that includes, remediating the pit area that has to be done anyway, the electrics, the other things, the buildings. They're all going to be done. What costs over and above that are there around retaining Speedway at Western Springs? And this is not a consolidation question as it goes to bringing stock and saloon there. It's purely around option one, and option one was around retaining Speedway at Western Springs. So I'm assuming that we have some information to inform ourselves around that.
Is that there is no proposal to upgrade any of the facilities at Western Springs in order to enable Speedway to carry on there.
I understand that. My question is around the consideration of that as a practicable option, because that is a requirement under the Local Government Act. It's identified in option one. I'm just asking if there is any supporting information to indicate what the capital costs might be. Okay. I'm assuming they would be quite modest.
I think I've answered the question. The reason that the practical option that is referred to in the report is that Western Springs Speedway may carry on at Western Springs. That has a cost, an ongoing operating cost of $1.1 million per year estimated to Tātaki, and also has the downside of not upgrading Waikareka Park. We have not assessed as a reasonably practical option any upgrades to the facilities at Western Springs, so we do not have the costs of that option because it's not one of the options we considered.
Okay, councillor.
Okay.
Walker, we've had 12 questions from you, and I've got a couple of other people who want to having a crack at it. So I'm going to move to council.
Sure, I will reserve my
questions.
I'll reserve my right to ask some more questions later. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff. I'll be hopefully much briefer. Is it true that whilst the number of people wish to keep Speedway at Western Springs, we can't do this without two things, a lease and a licensed operator? Is that correct?
Yes.
So we've heard from the chair of Tātaki that they are not extending their lease past March next year. If we were to make this funding decision and move to Waikaraka Park, do we have a lease operator for Speedway to operate out of Waikaraka Park?
Yes.
If you were a Speedway fan, and I'd like to think I am actually, and wanted more meets, I think that's the term, is it true that you can only do 12 at Western Springs, thanks to the Environment Court, but you could do 35 if Speedway moved to Waikaraka Park?
Yes.
Is it true that if you have no lease extension at Western Springs and you do not agree to the funding upgrade at Waikaraka Park, that Speedway have nowhere to go after March 2025?
Yes. So our advice is that there is no certainty for Speedway to continue at Western Springs because their licence expires at the end of 2024-25 season. And so a possibility is that there will be no home for open wheel racing in Auckland if that's the decision.
Thank you, Your Worship. That gives me the information I need. Thank you.
Is Tātaki a council-controlled organisation?
Yes. Sorry, I assumed that the Mayor had...
No, there was an interruption, but I think you can answer it anyhow. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. The meeting was adjourned because there was a bit of uncertainty over information that we had over the consultation, and that's forced me to go back and look at some material. So my first question is really around the Mangakiki Local Board have done some excellent work and have achieved their master plan there, but what's the overall cost of that master plan? Who did it and who peer reviewed it?
The master plan was undertaken on behalf of a local board. I don't have the answer to that specific question. I'm sure we'll be able to ascertain it before the end of this meeting, given how we're going.
I think the point about it, and it sort of follows on from Councillor Newman, because like Councillor Newman, I feel quite split on this, is how we define critical. And while on the face of things, there appears, if you're just looking at moving things around, perhaps in a logical way, that this could be quite an elegant solution. But I want to understand exactly what we're in for long term and what is critical and what is part of the unfunded master plan that we're not being presented with today, but which will inevitably come back to us. The comment that I really want to make is I really resent being put in this situation, because if we go back to 2018, 2019, it was really acrimonious. And the last time we were asked to make a judgment call and accept advice that something wouldn't be subject to judicial review was the targeted accommodation rate, and we all know where that ended up. And so I don't want to express a vote today, and I know the Mayor has been very clear that he wants a decision today. I want to be able to express a vote with absolute confidence. I've got a bit confused in the answers that we've heard around what are opportunity costs, what are those costs of conversion, after each event for the stadium to be put back together. And, I'm thinking, well, what are the opportunities costs for the town hall? We could have far better revenue coming from the town hall than us sitting around having committee meetings. So I guess I would really like to have a little bit more hard and fast information on what are we weighing up in terms of costs here. So if you want to speak further to that, I'd really welcome it. But I'd like some evidence being put before me that I could weigh up, well, here's the hard cost here and here's the hard expenditure there. So I would like you to speak to that. Secondly, I'd like, I heard what you said, that here we have a club that's been going since 1929, but we didn't put any weighting on the historical use of it with our consultation. Whether that is something we should have considered. We didn't consider it, but should we have considered it? And the other thing that I really want you to be clear on, and I really want to write down your answer, have you or any of the CCO staff ever conveyed to Ponsonby Rugby Club that their lease would not be renewed?
Thank you, councillor. I think we might do a bit of a team effort to answer your questions. The costs and benefits. So the costs associated with upgrading Waikaraka Park in order to enable consolidation and all classes to race there are estimated at $11 million. That's the capital cost. And that's, and we have, and as Tātaki explained, we have taken that, or Tātaki have taken that process all the way through to design phase, so they can have a higher degree of confidence about that estimate than we would normally have at this stage. And so that's the cost associated with upgrading the works. We have not estimated the whole cost of implementing the entire Waikaraka Park master plan. I understand that was the question you were asking earlier. I misunderstood it. I thought you were asking about the cost associated with making the master plan. So the additional works have not been estimated, and like with all of our facilities, we'd anticipate over time further upgrades and works to come onto the agenda and to be considered on their own merits at that time, and that's the case with all our facilities, including Western Springs. So what we can say is that we have a process has been undertaken to give us confidence that that is the work that's required to enable the races, the classes to race. And okay, that's the cost of that, of those capital works. On the other side, Tātaki have presented us with information that says the cost of retaining Speedway at Western Springs, so carrying on with the status quo, is estimated by them to be $1.1 million per year on a normal year. So that's the additional subsidy that's required of Western Springs that results from the fact that it's being used for Speedway, and that does not factor in any sort of additional plan for Western Springs. That's just kind of carrying on the status quo. That's the additional cost. So that is the sort of opportunity cost associated with having Speedway at Western Springs, and Tātaki have been able to, as the Mayor pointed out, capitalise, I suppose, that benefit in order to make available $11 million of capital to transfer to the local board. So that is, I think, the best I can do in terms of bringing clarity to where the costs and opportunity costs lie and how the numbers have arisen. In terms of, and I will ask Tātaki to clarify or add to that if necessary. In terms of the question relating to Ponsonby Rugby, council staff have never conveyed to Ponsonby Rugby that I am distinguishing council from CCOs here, and I will ask Tātaki to address Tātaki's position. Council staff have never conveyed as a position to Ponsonby Rugby that that their lease will not be renewed. The position we take is that decisions and we refer to that in the memo, that council will ensure that there is proper and fulsome engagement with Ponsonby Rugby, and that those matters are brought to the governing body as part of decisions about Western Springs in an appropriate way.
So you're saying that no council staff have ever conveyed that, but I want the same assurance from Tāko. I have the highest regard for Sir Brian, and he seems to have an alternative view to the one that you've just expressed.
So I'll get James to respond to the reference at the start from Councillor Watson about a statement on television. But I can say the board has never made that decision. I've never made that decision. There is no decision to not extend a lease at Ponsonby Rugby. What we are doing is working through what options there are for Western Springs Stadium and what options there are for Ponsonby Rugby. That is unresolved. The issues on the future of Western Springs Stadium are part of an expression of interest process. That process, if any changes are made to Western Springs in its current use, we would be bring that back to the governing body.
I really appreciate your clarification around the fact that the board have never made a decision on it, but I asked you the question on the basis of information that was given us earlier in the meeting, is that Ponsonby Rugby Club had never been advised that they would be required to move. So I just wanted, so obviously there might be a division between staff and board, but that's absolutely fine.
So if I could, we just finish clarifying that question. So I'm saying as the chief executive, there's no difference between the board and the executive position. There was a reference to a comment that James made, I think, on television, and I'll get James to respond to that.
So as Nick has already referenced, we've been working with Ponsonby Rugby Club looking at options that involve both being relocated onto the outer field at Western Springs, as well as options elsewhere, including Cox's Bay. That is work that we've been doing with the club in the context of the fact that their lease expires, their current lease expires in 2027, and there are pros and cons for both Ponsonby Rugby and ourselves with their presence at Western Springs. So it was agreed that we would look at the different options. So my comment that has been referenced about not having interest in Ponsonby Rugby having an extended lease in the main stadium was referencing the fact that we were contemplating options still at Western Springs, but it was with a focus on the outer field for the club rooms, not the main stadium.
So,
Hang on, but we're wandering off course here. This is about Speedway, and your question, it may well be, and I'm well aware of what the background here, I don't think anyone's told them that their lease is cancelled, but they haven't been told that they've been renewed either. So they're left up in the air, and it's a bit unclear. And I think that it won't be made clear until we decide what we're doing with the item at the moment, which is about Speedway.
My final question was going to be to Nick, and that was around, it was, I think, quite an inspired move, given how divisive it had been in previous councils, to actually have the reference group that was to bring together a whole stadia strategy. Would it have assisted the process at this time if we had all of the information on that for moving forward? Because, it seems like we're dealing with strands of things rather than a comprehensive picture.
Are you referring to the Stadium Working Group?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
And also the comprehensive picture of Western Springs.
Thank you, councillor, for the question. I do have a comment on it. I suppose it's always available to you to consider whether you want a more complete picture before you make a decision, and it's also sometimes available to you to make a decision without that complete picture, because sometimes it's not possible to have the full all of the pieces before a decision is needed to be made, and you know, a reflection I would have is that waiting for all the pieces to fit together might mean we never make a decision about some of these matters, and at some point some decisions do need to be made. I think that's the reflection that staff would have on the process to date.
I think the answer was that nothing's ever perfect, but we still have to make decisions. Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. I'm particularly interested in the lack. I'm particularly interested in the lack of options for Speedway at Western Springs after the coming season, and the fact that the promoter there now is not interested in picking it up. Do we have any indication of, are there other, this is not a sport I know a lot about, seems to me this is the main promoter through the country. Are there other promoters out there that could potentially, sorry, I'm asking staff.
So the last time we went out with an RFP to operate at Western Springs, we had two parties come to the table.
When was that, sorry?
That was in 2018. It is not a large market, and the track record of the last two promoters operating at Western Springs is that they have both been losing money in operating Speedway at Western Springs.
Okay.
Sorry. And more recently, the expression of interest process that we ran this year did not result in any parties putting forward a proposal for Speedway at Western Springs.
Right, so that was kind of where I was wanting to go, was to understand at the moment, do we have any other proposals on the table that meet conditions? No. So I also did just have a question about the 12 events maximum at Western Springs. There's been a suggestion that potentially we could get that increased in a unitary plan review, in which we're not scheduled to do for another 5 years. What do you think is the likelihood of us getting 12 increased, and what would we need to do to support Speedway to stay at Western Springs over the next 5 years until we could do that work?
But based on our financial analysis, the opportunity cost to council waiting 5 years would be $5.5 million. The likelihood of achieving change, I guess, is purely speculative. The 12, the limit of 12, and let me be clear, that the fact the limit is 12 is only part of the constraint. The further constraints is how specific they are as to each month, how many you can have in each month. Furthermore, the fact you can only nominate 8 rain dates, and they have to be nominated at the start of the season. So there's no flexibility, which most other tracks enjoy. So at the time of the unitary plan, the Environment Court order conditions were uplifted and adopted through the unitary plan. There was no party that sought to vary the conditions through that unitary plan process.
So just further to that, can I just understand, I think I know the answer to this, but I want to check. what is the reason for that heavy constraint on the number of events, only being able to give 8 rain dates, that kind of stuff? What is the underlying reason for those restrictions?
The historical context was, as I understand it, the Environment Court determined that there had been a 10-year history of the previous conditions not being complied with.
Right.
And so that was the determination they made at that point in time in 2005.
So the Environment Court decision, though, so what is the problem that they were solving there around
So
this
that they
constraint?
were looking to address the noise, it was essentially noise impact on the local neighbourhood.
Thank you.
Hey, everyone's had a go at the questions.
I haven't finished my questions.
Discussions, and are you absolutely sure it's not a discussion? Because you can have a discussion in a few minutes if you want.
No, I gave notice earlier, together with some other councillors, that I had additional questions.
Rightio. I think Mr. Watson wants to have additional questions, but during the discussion time, you can also, there will be questions raised, I presume. But these questions must be of the people related to this. So
having said that, at discussion time, the officers will have left the table. The appropriate time for questions is now.
I suppose as long as they're questions, but a lot of them have been ramblings. And so can you ask a question this time? Okay, question Mr. Lee, and then question Mr. Walker,
Okay.
and then question Mr. Watson.
Can we know whether the Ponsonby Rugby Club have requested of Tātaki Auckland Unlimited to give the club surety about the renewal of their 30-year lease, 30-year tenure at Western Springs Stadium? Have they requested that of Tātaki Auckland Unlimited? Yes or no?
They've asked to extend the lease. They have asked to extend the lease.
And have you given them surety?
No.
Okay, thank you. Second question, I just want to go through, if I could, the financial transaction that we are recommended to approve today, namely the transfer of 11 million to the Maunga Kia Tamaki local board. So the 11 million is to go to the budget of the local board if we agree to the recommendation. But 8 million will be remitted by the council from Tātaki, but 8 million will be remitted by Auckland Council back to Tātaki. Is that how it works? So in effect, Tātaki contribute 3 million. Is that the mechanics of it?
No.
I'm referring to financial implications 70 and 71. I think all of us support the local board having extra money to get things done at Waikaraka Park. So that's how it works?
No, it's not. Sorry, councillor. I think I understand the question. And I think what's referred to in 71 is that the Tātaki board would seek reimbursement of $8 million. That is not the decision that you've been asked to make today. Tātaki board have, subject to your approval, agreed to transfer the $11 million from their budget to the local board.
Okay, so that's what we're voting on, right? But in effect, that's a bit of a charade, is it not? Because all the work at Waikaraka Park will be overseen, managed by Tātaki executive. So in effect, the money will go to the local board, and then when the contracts are fulfilled, Tātaki will ask the local board for the money back. Is that how it works?
No.
Well, this is what it seems to say on project governance and oversight of over delivery.
So councillor, trying to bring some clarity to this. The reason why the money needs to be transferred to the local board is because it's a local board asset, and therefore capital spending is for the local board to decide and to make. So it needs to be part of its budget. The local board doesn't want to take responsibility for the actual projects. They want to oversee and make the key decisions, but they have asked Tātaki to run the process of enabling the upgrade. Once the upgrade's finished, the local board will be in receipt of an upgraded asset that will be the local board's asset. And there is no scenario that we have contemplated where Tātaki would then go back and ask the local board to refund any of the cost. The Tātaki board have indicated as part of LTP conversations they may seek some contribution. That is not the decision before you today, and if you only made this decision, then the contribution from Tātaki would be $11 million.
So the resolution is to transfer 11 million from Tātaki to the Maunga-Kia local board, but actually, in effect, it's a virtual transfer, isn't it, really? Because Tātaki Auckland will control that money from the beginning to the end. So it may feel good for the local board, but they're not actually getting a cent, really. The money stays, in effect, under the control of Tātaki to fulfil its plan. And we don't know the full scope of that. We don't know the full scope of that plan.
I think in terms of an accounting sense, that's likely correct. In terms of the characterisation, the local board ends up with an asset that is worth at least an extra $11 million, and the plan to upgrade Waikaraka Park is the local board's plan. It's not Tātaki's plan.
They don't get the money really, though.
Well, they get the asset, which is what they've asked for, councillor.
The money has been used to fund the project, is the short
Okay,
story.
Councillor Walker, your next plan.
Sure.
Councillor Walker, please, your next question.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me?
I'm waiting for your question, please.
Yes, sure. Is it correct that there have been expressions of interest from other parties? My understanding is that Onolna Ford from Extreme Drivers League has expressed interest in aligning herself with Speedway and enhancing the revenue generation at Western Springs Stadium. I just want to have some clarity around that. Is that the case?
I think the email you referred to has been sent to all councillors, and it's attached to our memorandum.
And has there been any consideration given to that in terms of how it changes the picture?
I think that would be a matter for governing body members to consider whether they wish to consider that, and they can read that for themselves and take a view on how serious a proposition it is.
I mean, the reason I'm asking this is that this process has been conducted at light speed with only 2 days that we had the agenda before we were able to consider it. Submitters have not had time. People are coming forward now with very realistic propositions at Western Springs that conceivably change the whole game there and make it much more attractive financially. That is a practicable option and should be considered. And we should have the opportunity to consider this information. So I'm just establishing by my question that there are practicable options that do not appear to be being considered by Auckland Council or Tātaki. The other question I've got that goes to the so-called opportunity cost and benefit, if it is the case that it's $11 million that is being capitalised in advance of a speculative, I would suggest, return, which is highly unusual for council. I doubt if the I really question it, frankly, and I've got a question as to whether we do that with anything of substance. But is it not the case that the capital that we would raise would highly likely be incurring debt with an interest rate of perhaps 5% or the like? And what might the cost of that be over this 10 years?
It'd be the same with the cost of the losses that they're making, mate. I mean, it's pretty obvious to me. Can we not just have questions?
No, it is not. The 1.1 million is not a loss that is being made by Speedway. It is a speculative estimate of some opportunity cost. So my question is, what is this $11 million debt raised and effective transfer costing us? Because that hasn't been put on the table.
So
that's not a cost to Tautaki, it's a cost to Auckland Council. Can I have somebody in finance answer this?
I think through the chair, the short story here is that it's $11 million of capital budget that's already budgeted for in the LTP and already built into our budgets, and will be at the same cost as all the other borrowings for all the other capital projects that council is undertaking.
So
what?
Just to be clear about the advice given here, councillor, that the advice is that the transfer can be made from existing budgets without any additional impact on priority projects by Tātaki on rates or on debt.
So where has the $11 million come from in terms of any project that it was allocated for in the long-term plan?
It's coming from the capital budget that Tātaki has allocated to it, and they have made. I'll ask Nick to explain exactly where it's coming from, but as outlined in the report.
It's come from a number of aspects in the capital budget. Number one is we will not spend the full capital budget in this financial year. So there's an element of having to deal with that capital surplus. Secondly, there have been changes to the master planning for the zoo, independent of this exercise, which changed the capital investment profile. And I think, James, in terms of Mount Smart Stadium, again, there are capital savings in terms of the plan as it's been developed in the last year.
So essentially what you're saying is we're going to spend less money on the zoo, we're going to spend less money at Mount Smart. You haven't spent all of your money this year, so effectively we're taking it from other things in large part.
And looking to do them better and achieve the same outcome.
And have we had any written information on this to support our decision?
It's a
or am I just hearing it now?
You've made.
Okay, is that board information available to us?
I think, councillor, no, the information isn't available, and I think we need to be clear about the role that we're playing here, and the way the CCOs operate, because we have a situation where we've got a CCO, it's tasked with managing a capital budget and managing an operating budget, which we've allocated as part of the long-term plan, with a range of outcomes and objectives tagged to that, and they manage that day to day on the behalf of the council. And what they're presenting to us is that, and they've made it clear, I think, in terms of the payback periods they're providing, is that if they can make this transfer, they can make it neutral to their budget, therefore to rates and debt, and also neutral in terms of any impact on priority projects. And that's because of the usual management of their budget that they have to undertake. And we do not, as a matter of course, unpick that assessment that the boards in their professional judgment are exercising on behalf of the council.
Through you, Mr. Hardy, my concern is that this is a highly different and irregular process. Normally, sums of this magnitude would go through the annual plan and the long-term plan. And I've established through this question that there are likely to be impacts on the zoo, potentially Mount Smart Stadium, and I don't know what else. And there's been no consultation or engagement around that with us or the public. It's pretty shonky decision-making and highly irregular, as is the so-called capitalisation.
Okay, you better.
Thank you.
So I'm going to let Mr. Watson, if his questions were at least questions.
Yeah, I've got two very precise questions, and they really go to the public confidence, both of the people that have turned up to the council here today and to the Aucklanders more generally. And the first one goes and follows on from Councillor Newman in respect of adhering to council resolutions that are passed. We passed, as a consequence of almost an exact rerun of what we're going through today and last week, we passed a very clear resolution back in 2018 calling on the council to defer the decision on the relocation of Western Springs Speedway until Finance and Performance Committee and Planning Committee have. So no decision on the relocation of Western Springs until a committee of the whole had addressed three things. The first one was a political discussion about the future of all our stadia, and that was designed to overcome the notion now where we're voting for something where we don't know what's coming up next. Okay, so we're in exactly the same position there. People are getting get rid of from Western Springs without us having any idea what's coming along next. The second part of that resolution was, had a discussion with Eden Park Trust Board and the government about the future of Eden Park Stadium. That hasn't occurred, and at the very moment, the Eden Park's going fast-track legislation to get a roof and to conceivably have a boutique stadium. How does that affect what's planned for Western Springs? And finally, discuss whether Auckland needs a new stadium. Instead of doing that, we've rushed into an expression of interest process looking to build a new stadium. Not whether you need one, but are we going to have a new one or not? So that's a very clear expectations in terms of a committee of the whole. That's all councillors, not people on, just a couple of people on a stadium working party. A discussion about the future of all the stadiums, so we know what how they're going to operate in an integrated network. That's a reasonable expectation. We've had 6 years. That hasn't occurred. So we can have, the paraphernalia about, the working party, and who decides, and this is merely a question to you, Mr. Wilson, who decides whether a council resolution has been fulfilled or not?
The best answer to that, councillor, is to say that it is, this was a resolution from 6 years ago. It is entirely open to this chamber to decide to change that or to give us additional or different direction.
Okay,
if the question is it up to me to stop this coming to you because of a resolution from 6 years ago? No, it's not.
Okay, right. So it's with this. So I hope everyone's clear as to your responsibly one way or the other on fulfilling council resolutions. My final question, and thank you for your patience. Are you familiar with this document, Auckland Stadiums from 2025 and Beyond, that covers the future of all our stadiums? I found out about this meeting, this item coming at this meeting, by reading an article in the paper. Are you familiar with this document? Auckland Stadiums from 2025 and Beyond.
I'm not familiar with the document.
You're familiar with it?
I'm not familiar with the document.
Okay, so this is a document that's been prepared at the start of 2023 by the Mayor's lead liaison, and makes some comments and recommendations or opportunities about Waikaraka Park and all our other venues. And at that stage in 2023, start of 2023, the comment in respect of Speedway was made, Waikaraka Park, home of all Speedway and stock car type events, inclusive of Western Springs and Waikaraka Park. Now, we have known about that for nearly 2 years, yet here we are today making a rushed decision on the future of Speedway. This document is known to the Mayor, known to the Mayoral Office, known to Tātaki. No one in the public knows. None of these councillors around here know. We've had ample time to go through this piece by piece and answer all these questions. That hasn't happened. Why not?
Well, councillor, you haven't circulated that document to us in advance, and so I'm not really in a position to be able to comment on it. I don't have any recollection of having seen that document, and I have a little bit of background that's relevant to the context you're talking about. I don't believe it's an official document in any shape or form, but as I said, I'm not sure under which circumstances you've received it, what it was purported to being, and who received it. So I don't think we can really take that further unless you want to show us the document.
What I think I can take a bit further, Mr. Hardy, is that we've had a council resolution that has been largely ignored its substance. We've had an Auckland Speedway location analysis that cost nearly 70 grand that the Mayor was involved with. We have this document that goes to the future of all our stadia, and yet after 6, 2, 3 years, the people sitting around here have had no opportunity, no update, no briefing, yet we're making a decision today that, as we know from the article, pushes the first domino over. Is that a satisfactory way, do you think, to conduct council business?
I don't agree with the characterisation of the process.
Councillor Leone, please.
Kia ora, just two very quick questions. The first one, I just had a very brief chat to the chair of the local board, and I wanted to ask, I know that it's been raised the concern of the 11 million going to the local board. Am I able to actually ask the chair of the local board to come up and just provide that background in terms of that decision being made for Tātaki to run that project?
Thank you, councillor. We'll be brief. There's been a lot of talk that there's been no benefit to the local board and actually the money should have come directly to us. We took advice from council officers in regards to getting that funding, and we were told the lower risk to us as a local board was to ensure that TAU managed the project. If the project goes $100 over, that is their responsibility. It's not ours. We do not have any dollars in our budgets to be able to do anything, and that would mean we would be coming back to you asking for more money. So the advice we took from council officers was to do it in the way that has been proposed as the lower risk to the local board as well as to the governing body.
Thank you. And my second question was just around accountability going forward. I know one of the other concerns raised is the management of the consolidation. So is there an opportunity, and this isn't specifically for the local board, it could be for staff and local board together, is there an opportunity for councillors actually to come out on a regular basis to see the works progressing and the progress of that project?
Yes, and I think I'll just refer to my earlier comment that if this proceeds today, there will be there is a high, a very strong expectation that the council that the council will need to hold an expectation that we follow through and deliver on this, and that will require regular updates to ensure that we're on track.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Philippina, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I will make your day by very, very quick. Just to our staff, firstly, mā lo lava lauawhionga tui whaasasina, Sir Brian Williams. I just wanted to acknowledge your presence here, sir. So just wanted to get that out of the way. So yeah, whawhtai lava. Look, I want to go firstly to the Local Government Act 2002. Now, Max, I know you've said a few things during this and in relation to any of the apartheid that you've faced, and as well as the team. Can I confirm that under Section 76, which implies that 77, 78, 80, 81 and 82 around our decision, can you confirm that we have fulfilled the obligations of Section 76 under the Local Government Act 2002? In particular, the question is around Section 78, which is community views in relation to decisions. Can you confirm? I know that number one, I'm not going to read the whole lot out for number one, but you mentioned number three in particular, which was a local authority is not required by this section alone to undertake any consultation process or procedure. From your perspective, have we fulfilled the Local Government Act 2002?
Yes, from our perspective, the process has been sufficient to fulfil that obligation, just with the caveat that it's a matter for you and not for me to decide whether you fulfilled those obligations. But our advice is that enough has happened.
That was going to be my
for
next
you to
part,
make that decision.
but you've answered that, so thank you. Can I also confirm that this issue around the Speedway has been going for the last 6 years?
Well, I think it actually goes back some time before then, but yes, since yes, the answer to your question is yes.
But what I'm saying is that substantively 6 years. That's when the decision-making process happened. I can go back to 2003.
Yes.
In regards to Speedway, but from a decision-making process, 2018 is when we ended up having it brought to finance and performance and workshops. Can I confirm that?
Yes.
Can I also confirm, and Councillor Watson, he mentioned the meeting, the finance and performance meeting that was held in November. Can I confirm it was the 20th of November? I obviously was present along with some of the other councillors around this table. Can I confirm that the decision to end up deferring that particular item was 11 votes to 10?
I assume that's correct, Councillor.
Yeah, it is. So it was very, very close in regards to that particular decision. Can I also confirm that when you spoke about the expression of interest, or I think the term you used, that we had two, then we put out that expression again, received one. Can you now tell me how did we end up with the current promoter, as in Mr. Bruce Robertson?
So, Palmerston North Speedway were the successful party in the last RFP process.
Yeah, and we then approached Mr. Robertson, is that correct, Mr. Bruce Robertson, that we ended up approaching him to consider possibly looking at putting an expression of interest? How did that happen where we now have Mr. Bruce Robertson?
So Bruce Robertson is the owner of Palmerston North Speedway, and Palmerston North Speedway participated in that 2018 RFP process and was assessed at the time to be the successful proponent, and has been running Speedway at Western Springs since the following 2019 season.
Okay. Just two more, Chair. Speedway New Zealand. Can you tell me if they support Speedway Auckland, Western Springs financially?
The information we received is that they do not financially support the operation of the Speedway activities in Auckland.
Can you also tell me, and this is the last question, Chair, Mr. Mayor, is there have been issues reported in June of 2018, November of 2018. Both those particular articles had Mr. Bill Buckley saying, yes, it's time to move, and time to move to Collindale Park. And I know this is a different beast in regards to Waikaraka Park. But can you tell me that there has been extensive reporting from our staff that came through to our committee meetings, not only in June 2018, but November 2018, and subsequently there was our Auckland report in the 15th of March 2019. So council has had sufficient information to base any decision on what happens at Speedway. Is that correct? Am I with the assumptions I've just given you?
Yes, I think that's a fair assessment, Councillor.
I think my last one, sorry, Chair, I think that the last one for me is that can you confirm that Collindale Park, and I, just to let you know, I've spoken to staff at Collindale Park, that Collindale Park is off the board now. The only option that is for Speedway is Waikaraka Park. Can I confirm?
Yes, that's our position. And Collindale was looked at the location analysis and was discounted. Yep.
Yeah, okay, I reserve my right, Chair, and look, I just want to acknowledge the work that has been done. I'm not a clairvoyant, but I'm going to say one thing, if that's okay, Chair, and then the issue around Ponsonby is not going to go away. About Ponsonby Rugby Club, I can tell you now, that is not going to go away. That'll be something that I'm looking forward to having an input. But that issue is not going to go away. So my question is, will you be prepared for what is coming in regards to Ponsonby Rugby Club? That's my question.
Yes, and I think we were clear in the memo circulated today that Council's officer's intention is that staff will engage fulsomely with Ponsonby Rugby on any plans that will affect them, and that will follow through with that intention.
Kia ora, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, good questions, thank you, and I agree with you. Councillor Williamson, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll be even more brief than Councillor Villapaina. Just two things. An email just came into us all. It's worthwhile just getting an answer if this is correct, because so much myth and legend surrounds everything going on here. It says, Mr. Bruce Robertson, the promoter of Western Springs Speedway, is also the promoter of Waikaraka Park Speedway. Mr. Robertson is the promoter on behalf of the leaseholder. Can I just get a clarification? Is that correct?
No, it's not correct, and we addressed this in our specific point in our memo, and we've clarified this with Bruce today.
That's not correct.
So I want to address the relationship. So I'm just looking for the paragraph so that I can refer to it. Palmerston North Speedway Limited has an informal arrangement to assist the Auckland Stock and Saloon Car Club with promotion events at Waikaraka Park. So Bruce is involved in the promotion, but they don't receive any payment for the support.
I didn't ask that. I just all the email said was he is the promoter of Western Springs Speedway and is also the promoter of Waikaraka Park Speedway. Just want to get on the record. Is that correct?
I don't think it is correct. I'm going to ask Tatahi to address it because we clarified this. I think in a formal sense, the promoter is the Stock and Saloon Car Club. They get support from Palmerston North Speedway to carry out that promotion activities through an informal arrangement. And so that means Bruce Robertson is involved in promoting the events at Waikaraka, but he's not the formal promoter, is my understanding. And we clarified that with him today.
Okay, my second question surrounds what seems to me to be an elephant in the room, but I've got a bit of a fuzzy head, so I'm probably not good to talk about. But I've heard so much talk on the grapevine about the billionaire Foley wanting to take over Western Springs for Auckland soccer. And there's deals being done where they're going to get everybody out of there, and Foley will get his 8,000 seat stadium, and that's already underway. Is that true? Has Tautaki been having negotiations and discussions with Mr. Foley, the billionaire, and for Auckland soccer to be located there at the expense of everyone being moved out? Or is that just, again, myths and legends?
I'll ask Tautaki to address the question about their conversations. I'll just add that any decisions about the future of Western Springs relating to the EOI process will come to this governing body for a decision. And I have not had any conversations with Bill Foley, but I will let Tautaki answer the question about their conversations.
We've got to come clean on this.
Well, I can say we've had no conversations with Bill Foley.
Well, with Auckland soccer then?
We've discussed with Auckland soccer on we have an arrangement with them at Mount Smart. We discussed the potential of them being at Albany, at North Harbour Stadium. In fact, we've encouraged them initially to do that. And Western Springs has also been part of those conversations.
All right. Well,
but sorry, if I could just finish. There's a formal process with an expression of seeking expressions of interest around what options people would promote for the future of Western Springs Stadium, and any discussions with Bill Foley or Auckland FC are part of a process like that. And so that's confidential, and as Mr. Hardy has said, any decisions or any recommendations or any proposals to come out of that would be a decision for the governing body.
but you see how it makes it hard for us. If we keep hearing those conversations are going on, we don't know if they are or not, and it looks like a predetermined outcome.
Look, I understand the point, Councillor, and I've seen the reports that you've seen and looked at them with interest, as I assume others have here, and gone, that's interesting. What I will say is that the decision that we've brought, that the paper we've brought here with the recommendation, in our view, stands on its own feet, irrespective of any decision about the future of Western Springs.
Right.
And we've gone, I think, around and round about that in terms of the financial picture, but but also in terms of the future of motorsport, we consider it stands up on its own feet for those reasons, and that you can make that decision and preserve your position in terms of a decision you would make about the future of Western Springs. You may not see it that way, and that is a matter for you.
Okay, and then everyone else got to have one comment. I'm going to make one. I was in Cabinet for a long time, and if any minister had brought a paper this discombobulated with that many different strands that all contradict each other, Prime Minister would have had one comment: take this bloody paper away and get it tidy before you bring it back.
Councillor Walker, you've got yet another one.
Sure, it's a question that's addressed to the Chief Executive, Phil Wilson, and that is, given the legal issues around what is being proposed, particularly the revelations we've had around the clarification of consultation, the fast-track process that's been involved with here, and so on and so forth. Has the council sought written legal advice? And I'm not talking about advice from Mr. Hardy. He's not a practicing lawyer. I'm talking about written legal advice, preferably external.
No, we've not sought written legal advice, external or otherwise. I have I heard the concerns last week. I'll give you a fulsome answer. I heard the concerns last week, and I thought it was prudent to advise you that we pause at that point. We've been over that ground, but I have taken the opportunity to talk with internal legal staff, certainly. It is my view and their view that you have in front of you a sound report, options. You've had clarified for you the views of key stakeholders, and as difficult and contentious as it might be, I think you are in a position to make a decision around this if you choose to do so. The final point, and I made it last week as well, is that I don't think it's appropriate for staff to intervene in this process and tell you you're unable to make a decision. I don't think we're at that point. It is nevertheless open to you if, on balance and by majority, you choose not to make a decision, but you should follow normal process and seek a deferral if that's what you wish to do. Otherwise, it is entirely valid in my view that you either vote for or against the motion or seek to amend it.
Thank you.
Councillor Newman.
Chair, since the Maungakiki Tamaki Local Board was invited to answer a question, I actually had one for them as well. Well, the Maungakiki Tamaki Local Board was invited to answer a question. I actually had one for them as well, if that's possible.
There don't appear to be any more questions of the original people, so that's the end of questions. Once we've got these two, and then we'll go. So you fellas can retire. Thank you very much for coming up there, Maungakiki Board Chair and Deputy. And Councillor Newman has a question for you.
Thank you. I mean, I've always been very sympathetic to Waikato. I actually really want to see this deal happen, although the consequences of it are frankly difficult. But my question to you, the presentation of this refers to the $11 million of critical works to be funded, but it remains very much, Waikato Park remains a local park. I accept the proposition that you would hope that the promoter would continue to invest and to reinvest into the park moving forward. If that does not realise a sort of return back into the maintenance and the development of the park, it's a local park which ultimately it's a local capital asset that theoretically sits on your work program. How are you going to respond to that in the future if your development aspiration doesn't meet what is not met, and you do require more funding, because it doesn't come back to us, it comes to you?
So in terms of the ongoing maintenance, that'll be the leaseholder's responsibility. Future development is contingent on the leaseholder raising those funds, but there's two quite significant sides to the park and the master plan. There's the sports fields, and then there's the speedway side of it. Once this initial investment is done, there is no reason why they couldn't continue to operate with this critical work done. It won't have all the bells and whistles, and it won't be gold plated, but I don't think anyone around this table wants gold plating on our speedway. So what they have committed to is to further raise the funds for the grandstand and to increase the capacity. They have shown in the past that they have the viability to do that. They've been running as a charity, I guess, up till this point, but I would say looking at the work that they do, it's more a social enterprise. In terms of raising the funds to see the master plan, the full master plan come to fruition, we do have some growth funding attached to the fields that are beyond the existing fields, so closer to the harbour, that we've not been able to actually put into development because of the East-West Link designation. So there is still opportunities for us there to tap into that funding that's already been in the pipeline.
And can you give me a sense as to what the if you can, what you would expect the forecast capital works costs would be for that, the development of those playing surfaces beyond, the motorsport part of the park itself.
Well, interestingly enough, we're actually in our current renewals program looking at carpeting. Is that what it's called? The sand carpeting. The majority of those fields anyway. So some of the master plan is actually coming to fruition in our current budget. I don't have a full budget. No detailed design has actually been done in terms of the rest of the development, so I couldn't even give you a ballpark. Councillor Newman, what we did it for predominantly was so that we had a long-term strategy, something that we could aim for, something that we could use that growth funding towards if we were unable to actually have those additional fields, and also to have control of what this development looks like. I said when I presented the other day, rather than just accepting a TAU proposal, this enabled us to actually plan what it should look like and work with all key stakeholders to make sure it served the whole community, not just Speedway.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, I'm going to make a little summing up thing there and then move the proposal, which has been slightly amended. Like most of us in the room, we've been going to Speedway on and off since I was a little boy, and I still go there. I'm good friends of Harley Taylor, who's one of the racers there. I have very fond memories. I'm sure I'm not alone, and many of you have shared anecdotes of your connection to Western Springs. I lived beside it for 7 years recently, and someone before was saying that they'd get a resource consent in 6 years' time to make it more. I can tell you from living around there, that area is gentrifying and moving hard left, and I was the only person in Tuarangi Street who liked to go to the bloody races. So, and I'd say that if you ask for 12, you're likely to get 6 next time down there. We can all share stories of places that have real significance to us, and some of these don't exist anymore. A lot of things have changed. A lot of things have ceased to exist because we can't afford for them. In some cases, closures have resulted in things folding and organisations going bankrupt. It could be the future of Western Springs Speedway. It's heavily constrained due to the nature of the facility, the unitary plan, the resource consent. It's expensive to run, only 12 times a year, costs us $1.2 million. And after listening to very many passionate fans and participants, I haven't heard anyone put up their hand to invest in a future Western Springs. I haven't heard an alternative solution that wouldn't involve us in forking out an unreasonable level of ratepayer dollars to subsidise something which is not currently making money for the operators. The solution in front of us seems pretty reasonable to me. I understand the need for a good compromise, and this appears to be one that gives us sport a sustainable long-term future, 30 years. Additionally, Stock Cars and Palmerston North Speedway have signed an MOU to collaborate at Waikareka Park for 30 years to provide a sustainable pathway for the sport. However, I note this issue has been and will continue to be contentious and fraught. I've listened and read many differing views, and as a result, I think we should provide for more nuance in the decisions today. Therefore, I'd like to propose Chair's recommendations. I'd like to propose that as part of any discussions on the future of Western Springs that TAU adequately engage with the governing body and the governing body make all associated decisions. Secondly, the issue of the future of Ponsonby Rugby Club is an entirely separate one. However, I also acknowledge there needs to be care taken there. I propose a staff report back to us on engagement with Ponsonby Rugby and the options for their future, and that staff fully address the views and concerns of the club. I want you to listen hard to what they've got to say. So the comprehensive recommendations, please put them up there, are the one that you said, approve the requested transfer of $11 million from Tāteki to Mangakiki Tamaki Board. We're quite happy to have it to fund the critical works and fulfil an important element of the Waikareka Park master plan and which will provide a home for both sports for a long time. B, request any decisions on the future of Western Springs come from before the governing body and involve adequate engagement with the governing body. Don't do anything without us. C, note that the issue surrounding the future of Ponsonby Rugby is separate to the decision being made today. And D, request that the staff report back to the governing body on engagement with Ponsonby Rugby Club and options for their future, and that staff work to fully address the views and concerns of the club. That's very important to me and to Alf. Okay, I am moving that, and I believe it will be seconded by Councillor Bartley. Okay. There will be lots of debate about this, but I realise you've been sitting there patiently for some time, and some of you may well want a comfort break. So I'm going to break for 10 minutes just to ensure that that occurs and no one has a heart attack while we're waiting. Thank you very much. I'll see you in 10 minutes' time. Okay, thank you for reconvening. There's been a discussion about item C. So I've checked with Sir Brian. He didn't really mind whether it's in or out. I don't mind whether it's in or out. Councillor Bartley doesn't mind whether it's in or out, but apparently some councillors want it out. So on the basis that we don't mind, then we'll pull it out. We are assuring, and I know that I'll get beaten to a pulp if I don't look after Ponsonby, because we'll go back a very long way, and they've got memories like elephants and legs like them as well, as I remember tackling them. So we are now moved and seconded, and we will have debates.
Sorry to interrupt you, but just to be clear on your that, because I have had some councillors ask that your recommendations essentially result in Western Springs Speedway going to Waikaraka Park. I just want to be very sure that that's what this vote endorses. Is that correct?
That we'll be discussing now, but it does. It makes it very bleak for Western Springs, for Speedway to stay there. That's for sure.
Yes, I'm just be sure that's what this resolution
Basically,
says.
that's what I said at the start of the day. You either go there with or without $11 million. So there'll be plenty want to speak, no doubt. You, Councillor Watson, you want to open this?
I've actually moved an amendment, Mr. Yeah.
Have you got a second for the amendment? Okay, what's the amendment? Sorry, I can't see it. What's the reaction? It'll sit in the future and be deferred. The trouble with that is that unless we do B, you can't fund A. So that nothing will happen with that one. But okay, it's up there as an amendment. You want to talk to the amendment?
Okay, thanks. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's an amendment up, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Lee, that I seek your support on. And I dispense with first A. There's no one here, or indeed in Western Springs Speedway or anywhere else, who doesn't agree that Waikaraka Park is in a parlous state, has been for decades, and work needs to occur there irrespective. No one's going to disagree with that. However, that doesn't mean that that one of Auckland's most iconic sporting codes is put to the sword as almost a sacrificial lamb. You would hardly think that today and right here and now we're deciding the fate of a 95-year-old institution that is Speedway at Western Springs, which is internationally acclaimed. It's famous around the world. Yet that's exactly what's happening here with this vote. It comes as a consequence of a deeply flawed process, if you can even call it that. I found out about this by reading a newspaper article. That's how I found out that this was even coming up. Appeared in the October 8 article on stuff by Steve Gilgallen, who says it's likely an Auckland Council meeting in October 31 will be asked to sign off ambitious plans for the backers of the new Auckland FCA lead. And as a consequence of that, we would mean the eviction of Ponsonby Rugby and Western Springs Speedway become the first domino to fall in a stadium reshuffle over the next 5 years that would change Auckland's sporting landscape. So here we are in the almost laughable situation where council is preparing to vote out the main tenant, who has coexisted very well with Ponsonby Rugby over the last 3 decades, without apparently any idea of what's coming to replace it. That's a bit of a stretch. And it comes as a backdrop where most of the people involved with Western Springs Speedway, as we found out in the last few days, didn't even know it was happening. So what sort of confidence can the public have where the affected parties have only just found out at the 12th hour, and I would be very confident a lot of them don't even know as we speak now. We saw today that 5 of the classes at Western Springs, the overwhelming number of them, want to stay there. Indeed, the poor old operator who's tried to make it work at Western Springs has given their support almost at the end of a gun in terms of an ultimatum that's given to them. We're not renewing your lease, and you're going. You have no future. I thought that's a public stadium. I thought that all people of Auckland own those stadiums, and that their elected representatives decide what happened there, not some official behind the scenes who's making the call on who stays and who goes, and without even telling those same elected officials or Auckland Council or public what's in store, what's in plan. And it's not as if we can really say we've got over and abiding confidence in the process here. What have we seen in our stadiums over the last decade? Mount Smart. The Warriors are going to get forced to go to the North Shore, the Eastern Stand demolished, and Mount Smart turned into a speedway track. After that, then it was going to be $400 million to fix it up. As it stands now, it plays the packed out Warriors games, rugby tests and concert. At Western Springs, in contrast to the $400 million at Mount Smart, $12 million for an international cricket ground for one test a year. Speedway booted out again. Now yet we have another iteration at Western Springs. North Harbour Stadium was going to be the new stand, covered roof, Warriors games, before just a few months ago to demolition and sale, but not before blasting out half the ground. Eden Park, that was another one, was going to have the bulldozer through it, and subsequently host to the second biggest sporting event in the world, the Women's World Cup, concerts, and is on the up and up. And funny enough, I just remember not so long ago that at Eden Park they were saying the same things. You can't have concerts, the neighbours don't like it. What have they got now? They're holding more concerts than ever. There's going to be even more once they cover it in. All those unitary plan decisions can be appealed. Western Springs can be changed even through a resource consent, far less a plan change. They are fully compliant with all those conditions, have been for the last decade. The non-compliance was historic and dated to a time that predates this council. So the notion that it can't be made work is a false one, is palpably false. We know that there are indeed, as a consequence of this process, one good thing has come out of it. There are parties that have the capability to make it work there and are at this very moment investigating how that may or may not be possible with operators who have been involved in Speedway and have a track record there. So I would just say to everyone, is it even worth making that appeal? Leave out what happens at Western Springs. Leave out Waikaraka Park. Do you support the sham of a process we've been through? An absolute sham. There's people in here who know exactly what's happening and haven't said a dicky bird for 2 years. 6 years they've had. We're meant to be elected people that see that there's fairness and transparency. Now, by any measure, that hasn't happened in any shape or form. This has been an ambush. It's a jack-up in colloquial terms. And I'm sure that's what everyone here would think. So I put it to you, I agree absolutely with Waikaraka. I don't know what the outcome of the West, if things are as they've been portrayed or not. I think I've pointed out enough instances of the past with all our stadiums where it has not been. It's just as well the governing body has stood up, or else Mount Smart would be a speedway track. North Harbour would be demolished. Western Springs would have been labouring under the misapprehension you can build a cricket oval for $12 million. All nonsense. How do you know this isn't the same? Because you do not know what's planned here. They've told us you don't know, even though Mr. Gilgallen and stuff seems to know everything that's happening and all the other consequences. So my plea to you today is to stand up for process, and not process on a technicality, process on what's fair and transparent for all these people and all the fans they represent. You owe it to a 95-year-old iconic Auckland institution that is known the world over. You owe it to those people to see due process goes through here and then make your decision.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Right, yes, I do have a question. Could I ask Tātaki a question, please, around this amendment? Because it supports me, is it possible? Can you come to the table, please? Because I do support the delivery of works at Waikaraka Park.
Sorry to interrupt, Deputy Mayor. We're in debate. That opportunity was provided at the start.
I didn't.
It's an amendment, so she's asking a question about the amendment.
It doesn't matter, we're in the debate. We've had questions.
I'm told that we can ask a question about the amendment because, so I'm going to allow a question about the amendment, only about the amendment.
Because it's, the key to this is money, and it supports the delivery of work at Waikaraka Park, but if this amendment goes through, will Tātaki move their money to the local board if Speedway doesn't move? I mean, or if there is a delay, i.e. defer the decision. I just need to understand the implication for Tātaki's financial request of this committee.
Debating tools, that's not acceptable.
That's a very good question because you said in your start that we are debating the end of Speedway. We're actually deciding where it would be for 30 years. It's not, that's quite different. And you have asked her to support the works, and she's asking, you guys asked for at least 11 questions from Wayne and about 5 from you about where was the money coming from.
Yes,
so we want to find out, and now...
In the middle of a debate. That's my point.
My point is that you have an amendment, and I've asked the people, and we're allowed to ask a question. I'm accepting that question. You want to have an open process, but you don't want to have an open process. I'm allowing that question.
You've asked a question whether we would continue to invest our capital to be transferred to Waikaraka Park with that amendment there, where the answer is no.
I've opened the door, so we'll have a question from Councillor Turner.
Thank you. So what you're saying is that the money is, forgive my terms, a fabrication of the facts, because you're actually saying that it's your losses that you're capitalising, correct, to make that 11 million?
We'd say we would generate more revenue if Speedway moved, which supports the capitalisation that leads to that 11 million.
So going back again, the $11 million is coming from, you're justifying it on the books by what you said is your losses, which you also said wasn't all to do with Speedway, it's to do with the whole operating losses, correct?
If Speedway wasn't there, we would generate 1.1 million more on the work we've done.
You think? And so the money, the $11 million, is coming from what you anticipate not to spend by Speedway going, is that correct?
The money is coming from our capital budget, which we, through the programming of our capital works, allows us to make that funding available for.
So again, because I'm still not clear, I'm sorry, I have trouble digesting this, but on behalf of the person who made I'm worried that that doesn't separate the dollars from the action, because actually there's a harpoon here which has got an $11 million string to it. So to the Mayor I heard say just before, A can't happen if B's there because you can't fund A. What can you fund? You've got no funds to give to Waikaraka Park unless you take the abstract savings of the potential losses of Speedway, correct?
No, the capital budget is there. The board will make that available because the Tātaki receives a benefit of 1.1 million if it is able to use the stadium in summer.
Thank you. So the issues are inseparable, correct? Thank you.
Good question, good answer. Now, we're going to we'll carry on with debating the amendment.
Yeah, I had a question to John, if that's all right. John, I think you can ask questions of the mover, can't you? Well, you can't, but go ahead. I'd only do it, John, if you're
Through
comfortable
the
with
chair,
that.
excuse me, through the chair, Standing Order 1.2.8, questions to staff. During a debate, members can ask During a debate, members can ask staff questions about the matters being discussed. Questions cannot be asked once a debate has concluded. Questions must be asked through the chairperson and are at his or her discretion.
And just because on amendments, is that the same rule? It is, okay. All right, I won't. The question isn't of the staff. I wanted to direct it to the mover, but okay, John, it might be helpful. So I'm just want to understand the intentions of both of those. So the first one there, rather than asking officers, just your intention there, would you see that being delivered through Tautaki as it is now, or was you thinking that that might go back through the local board? Well, Councillor Sayers, in the first instance, it's to make it clear that there's overwhelming, if not unanimous, support for Waikaraka Park having the urgent works to fix it up. I was out there last night. It's a disgrace, and the fact that it's been allowed to be in that condition for so long, doesn't reflect well on the council. That's number one. Number two, as far as the funding of it goes, from my perspective, there is reference in point 71 that Councillor Lee referred to of the intention of the Tautaki board to seek reimbursement from council. The Tautaki board noted that Tautaki management will continue to liaise with council staff to seek reimbursement of $8 million with a view to reducing the net Tautaki contribution to $3 million. In reality, Councillor Sayers, if there's a will to make this work, it can work. Clearly, it can work in terms of their budget here and now, which is provided 100% by us and through their capital works, capital grant comes from council. So to me, it's a little bit smoke and mirrors to be suggesting that if that is supported, that funding can be found. If they don't want to do it, then that really, without wishing to offend anyone, that seems a little bit like blackmail. Do this or you don't get the money. That has pervaded this process, and I find that a bit objectionable. Okay, thanks, John. I guess the reason for my question was to make sure you felt it was worded correctly, so you answered that. So
I think we're going to debate now.
Sorry, mate. In around B, that will obviously require more money in the future, and there's obviously some time there. So again, just to understand your expectations there, would that then occur after the exercise of looking at the stadium strategy and probably be part of a future LTP process to find the funding required to implement that? Good question, Councillor. So we have a resolution on the book that a number of councillors have brought up that before any decision on the future of Western Springs occurs, that there is a discussion of committees of the whole, not a couple of people on a stadium working party who don't appear to have talked about it anyway, in respect of what it means for Western Springs, how it affects all the other stadia, and also how Eden Park fits into the mix. And the reason for that, and the reason that resolution was put up back in 2018, was to avoid the very situation we find ourselves in now, where people are voting for something, as Mr. Gilgallen says, the first domino that knocks over a whole lot of other things, not just at Western Springs, but conceivably at other stadia, going right through to the Grand Waterfront or Quay Street iteration, however that might emerge. So that clause there, B, is to reflect that resolution that was designed to avoid the kind of ad hoc, we're just deciding this today, when everyone knows they're not. This sets in train other things that will occur as a consequence of this, not least of which at Western Springs.
Okay, now we're going into debate. Daniel
Any other
Newman's the
questions?
first to make a speech on debate.
Well, I had a question. I had one question of John.
Oh, shit.
Well,
Do that.
You're the chair.
if the mover will
Okay,
accept
make the point through the debate. I'm sure you can make that.
Oh, well.
You're very good at this. Councillor Turner, would you like to debate this? All right, well, if that's the case, then Turner, Newman, you can ask a question, and Turner, you can ask a question. No, don't get upset about this. You can ask a question.
Councillor Williamson, Councillor Watson. With respect, well, yeah.
You'd have a sore head.
It's okay.
You don't want to have a head like this.
With respect to B, because I have a degree of sympathy on this, but with respect to B, do you have any sense of timing? Would this take 2 months with the clubs and codes for the other venues? Can you get a sense as to where this would be? I think you've raised some pretty fair points, but at some point this has to land. And I can tell you, as someone who is on the Stadia Working Party, I think that the scope of what we've been talking about is rather narrow compared to what's been reported. So could you give some sense?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Newman, for the question. This doesn't need to be a protracted exercise. I think one of the advantages of what's happened to date, if you can call it an advantage, is that there are now a lot more people aware of what's being proposed than was the case previously. So I think we're actually in a position, as far as Western Springs goes, and conceivably the other stadia, where people can make a more informed choice. You don't need any big, lengthy consultation process, something that fulfills the requirements of that resolution as it goes to us, the elected people, and there's 3 distinct parts to that. And as far as the other stakeholders go, I think in good faith with Western Springs, there's been a number of quite justifiable questions asked about the probity of the process, the accuracy of some of the statements that are being made. There's a chance to clean that up and to do that in an expeditious fashion. I can't give you an exact time frame because I'm not in a position to do that. But I don't see that being lengthy. I think that could be happen in quite an expeditious manner.
Turner, question?
Thank you, Councillor. Are you comfortable? I'd be led by you. You've been here a lot longer than me, and you know the facts a lot better and the history. Lots happens, Mr. Mayor. We've let our assets run down and then we've run away from them rather than standing there and investing in them and keeping the character of Auckland. I would rather risk voting no to this than voting a yes that mightn't work. Are you happy that voting yes to that doesn't open the crack in the door? Do you think that you've disconnected it enough?
Well, I think so. This is, of course, is the amendment as opposed to, the main motion that has been moved. So what this does is address the undeniable evidence that's been put through us both by the local board, by Councillor Bartley, and by anyone who had actually gone out to Waikaraka Park to see that this has to be addressed irrespective of anything. Whereas the second B fulfills that obligation for us to A, inform ourselves before making this decision, and B, consult with the affected parties as per the Local Government Act. And particularly, Councillor Turner, on an issue that has been so fraught with such a history behind it. This should have come as no surprise as to the people who tried to just drop this on our lap, that this was a matter that deserved as maximum transparency, openness and involvement, and then the decision, yay or nay, that's made after that, not the decision made and those other things overlooked.
Thank you.
Michael, you're the second, you can speak to this anyhow, so off you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Essentially, the amendment A upholds democratic decision making as per the long-term plan, and B upholds our lawful obligations under the Local Government Act in terms of decision making. In terms of affected parties, it is of regret that a number of people who have come forward have been unable, who are affected parties, have been unable to address the council. The fact that questions went on for so long and actually rolled over into the debate is an indication that there is a deficit of information around this question, and the more questions there are, the better we all are for it. But anyway, hearing in regard to affected parties, I want to acknowledge Olna Ford of the Extreme Drivers League, James Selwyn of the Speedway Hall of Fame, Ron Kendall of the Midget Drivers Club, Sir Brian Williams and Peter Thorpe of the Ponsonby Rugby Club, plenipotentiaries and spokespeople of that famous club. They weren't able to speak today, which is a great pity. The Ponsonby Rugby Club have asked me as a local councillor to read out a brief statement on where their position lies on this question. And it says, Ponsonby Rugby Club is 150 years old. For the last 27 years, it has shared the use of the Western Springs Stadium and outer fields with Speedway and other event promoters. Although that has generally been successful, it has not been ideal. The club, its present club rooms and associated storage and other facilities need expansion and upgrade, particularly to meet growth in the women's game, and present field, lighting and changing room availability is inadequate. Also, the requirements to vacate completely during event setup and breakdown has been increasingly disruptive. The club has accordingly for many years considered any available alternatives and concluded that there are none. Included have been Cox's Bay and the outer fields, the two identified in the Tātaki Auckland Unlimited relocation study as possibilities, although each with difficulties. As demonstrated in its response to the Tātaki Auckland Unlimited relocation study, including the accompanying member survey and club general manager's report regarding field, lighting and changing rooms usage and inadequacies, the club is simply too big for either option. Cox's Bay is already used by the club to the maximum. Any attempt to locate the whole club there would demolish the amenity of the reserve, face insurmountable opposition to the extensive changes that would be necessary to the existing reserve management plan, don't forget that, and force an untenable reduction in the club's already inadequate facilities, with consequent detrimental impact on its ability to serve its community and to grow. So too would relocation to the outer fields also force an untenable reduction in the club's already inadequate facilities. The loss of fields and training spaces and absence of parking would detrimentally impact its ability to serve its community and to grow. Following the January 2023 flooding of the stadium, the club commissioned a leading architect to develop a concept that would provide for not only the club, but also other club and community users, including Speedway, were it to stay. As detailed in its response to the TAU relocation study, a community sports hub concept was developed, which would expand and enhance the present buildings by the addition of a second story above the reach of any future flooding and still be able to be accessed by the club during event setup and breakdown. The concept has the support of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei at Auckland Rugby. Finally, the club considers that the public funds identified in the Tātaki Auckland Unlimited relocation study as being required to relocate the club were a suitable alternative to be available would be far better spent on that concept, and that is the Pete Bosley architectural plan, which could be achieved for a similar cost to the cheapest of the options identified in the TAU relocation study. Thank you. Can I just make some further comments in support of the resolution itself? And I may need an extension of time, but I'll try and be brief. The process we're dealing with thus far has been flawed. Let me put it that way. But the situation is not beyond redemption. We have it in our hands to fix it. So far, it's hard to find any accord with decision-making obligations in the Local Government Act. There's been no rigorous assessment of alternative options, no objective assessment or weighing of costs and benefits, and of course the inclusion, let alone consultation with affected parties, has not been evident. Therefore, what the real concern here is that instead of the decision-making required of us under the Local Government Act, there has been, in effect, a working through a plan, a concept which still remains largely confidential, the full extent of it. We hear hints. Councillor Williamson talked about billionaire soccer, and the rumours are going around about that, but that information has not been shared with us as the governing body members, and that's very disappointing. The objective, apparently, and let's put the best interpretation on it. Higher and better use sounds a bit like, to me, middle class gentrification, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt. But in terms of this higher and better use, it should be disclosed to us so that we can make a full and sound decision. It hasn't been. That information hasn't been shared, and what I'm concerned about when it comes to higher and better and the rumours and even press comments about billionaire soccer, I have to wonder what is higher and better in regard to billionaire soccer, the soccer or the billionaire. And when it comes to Speedway,
you've got an extension.
I'm going to finish now, Mr. Mayor.
This is not a time to
consolidation. It has difficult technical challenges. It sounds right, so it's not easy as it's said to integrate all those various uses. Technically difficult. And I'll tell you one more thing about consolidation. Consolidation is not as great as it's talked up to be. I think that, if we're honest, the Super City is a good example of that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Walker, we've got the same three. Councillor Walker again.
Speaking in support of the amendment on the part of Councillor Watson and Lee, if I can speak first to point A, entirely support the delivery of works at Waikaraka Park. And that amendment mentions the Waikaraka Park master plan, which is in place and has been consulted on and is appropriate to the venue. So why would you not support that? I have a real concern that as it goes to that the funding should come through Auckland Council. At the end of the day, we're talking about an Auckland Council budget, and everything we've heard about the budget for this particular funding through TAU is completely fudged. They don't generate any of their own capital, not a cracker. They're proposing to take money from the zoo and Mount Smart and elsewhere in order to do this. They've openly said that they seek reimbursement of $8 million of it anyway. So that's a concession that their funding really doesn't stack up. And if you look at the 1.1 million, which is essentially their forecast, we actually have no way of knowing and no substantial information that that is actually going to work, because we're talking about 1.1 million in revenue. They have to earn significantly more than that in order to make that happen. I just don't think it's credible. I don't think it's credible in the current stadium landscape, and in particular in the landscape going forward, where we are going to see more content at Eden Park and I think a high likelihood of other venues. So it makes sense to support option A. As far as option B is concerned, I think any councillor would know that this process has been absolutely woeful. As Councillor Watson has pointed out, it has been jacked up. We only had 2 days to consider the agenda. The budget has been fudged. The consultation has been fudged, and some of it arguably has been fraudulent. We now know that there is overwhelming support to stay at Western Springs. We also know, and I know personally, that the reason that the promoter wants to go is because in large part they've had no other choice, and practicable options to stay at Western Springs, which would be part of an analysis under B, have not been given to us. So I established through my questioning that the additional costs in staying at Western Springs are probably minimal, that work has to occur there anyway, and if there is a location that is going to be subject to flooding on an ongoing basis, I've established from information that I've obtained via Healthy Waters that we should also have before us, but we have not, that Western Springs Stadium is going to have ongoing problems. The Meolda stream is right on its doorstep at the property boundary, and there's little, if anything, we can do to prevent additional flooding. But there is one activity that can bounce back, that has a dirt track, that can be remediated at very little cost, and that is Speedway. You wouldn't want to develop anything else there that used a high amount of capital in a floodplain, and there's no way that we would achieve insurance on that. But again, we've had no advice on that, but I certainly know it to be the case. So we should be supporting B, because everything to date has been fudged. We know we should be making some imminent decisions around Eden Park. I've been on the Stadium Working Party process. That was a complete jack-up, frankly, but that's another story. But I think that we will see Eden Park as the likely outcome, and they're fast-tracking that process anyway. So as councillors exercising our judgment and taking into account the information that we're receiving, it makes sense to vote for option B. We also know that there are other offers coming through, such as the offer from Olnar of the Extreme Drivers League, well qualified, well financed, well experienced, to support complementary speedway-based activities at Western Springs. All of these are practicable options that work. So what is wrong with any of the wording in option B? It all stacks up. It means that we're doing things in a diligent and a considered way, with the public of Auckland able to have confidence in us, and certainly on the basis of consultation that's far more effective, far more transparent, and much, much better than we have done to date, which is, I say, has been. So why wouldn't councillors vote for B? It makes sense.
Thank you. We've now had 3 consecutive speakers in favour of the amendment. I've got 2 bit more. Are you speaking in favour of the amendment or against the amendment? Because I've got 3 in favour, and that's all I have to have.
Just to let you know. Just want to let you know that I understand the 3 for and the 3 against. That's why I put my hand up, so I wish to speak. I want to say to our staff, well done with the consultation that you have gone through, not only since 2012, I'm going back to 2012, at Pukuhi, 2012. We were there at the governing body meeting and we started to talk about the stadia strategy, 2012. Since then, 6 years, and it's ironic that it's been 6 years so far that I'm going to talk about. And the 6 years ended up at 2018, around when this came to the council. Some of the members around this table were around that decision-making table in November. I want to congratulate the staff for the work, not only in 2018, because don't forget it was June 2018, it was also in November of 2018, and also in May of 2019. The consultation, I'm going to the Local Government Act 2002. Under Section 76, every decision made by a local authority must be made in accordance with such of the provisions of 77, 78, 80, 81, 82 as are applicable. 77, requirements in relation to decisions. I have so much information and I have been informed to make a decision today. And that's exactly what I'll be making. Not only on this amendment, but also if this is, I was going to say put down, if this doesn't go through, I will be also speaking on the substantive. I will not be voting for this amendment. What I've heard so far, and this disappoints me obviously, that there were some words, and I know it wasn't intentional, but aimed at our staff. I know that should never ever happen. And I want to acknowledge again the staff, going back to 2018 and also to AT Tataki Auckland Limited. Congratulations, because I believe that you have covered, under the Local Government Act 2002, you have covered the consultation part for me. I'm not going to go through the designs. In regards to this amendment, and there have been some comments made about the Ponsonby Rugby Club and the history that they have, not only the 150 years, but also the history that they are attached to Western Springs. As I said when we asked our partai, when we first was talking to our staff, I'm looking forward to the debate. I'm looking forward to especially the Ponsonby Rugby Club. I'm putting aside rumours that around the Auckland FC. I'm putting aside those rumours. And the reason I'm putting those rumours aside is because I know, and I'm waiting for the information around the Ponsonby Rugby Club, I know where I'm going to end up pushing. But I'm going to wait for that to happen first. In regards to Speedway, it's been known right through 2018. We've always known. Don't forget, initially you were supposed to go to Collindale Park. My history goes back 2000 and I'm getting too old. 2003, when I was a councillor in the Manukau City Council. Councillor Newman was there, and when we formed Collindale Park, that was going to be, when Councillor Newman ended up in there, because I'd been there longer than him, but I know that Councillor Stewart was. But when we formed Collindale Park, that was around Speedway. We knew then that when Collindale Park was there, that Speedway had a shelf life. And ever since then, we've known, the information that I have received has informed me totally. I am confident in making my decision. But my first decision that I'll be making is to vote this down. I will not be supporting this. I'm hoping the councillors don't support this. Therefore, then we can move on to the substantive. Give the local board, Maunga Keke Tamaki, give them what they want. Give them the ability to do what they want to do with the master plan. And I know people are pointing. I've read the amendment. I am not supporting the amendment. Councillor Lee, out of respect to you, and I do have a lot of respect, I did not interrupt you. I'm just asking that you afford me the same courtesy, because I do have respect for you, Councillor Lee, and that's all I'm asking. So look, for me, again, staff, I want to acknowledge the work that you have done, nodding on this, and I'm glad I heard the bell. But look, that's what I'm doing, and that's what I want the rest of us to do as well. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Dalton, do you wish to speak or not?
Yes, I'll speak against the amendment as well. And I was just reflecting, basically, it's what Councillor Filipaina has said, but going back to the minutes of the 2018 meeting, which is before I got here, same thing. Defer the decision on the relocation of Western Spring Speedway. How many times are we going to do it? How many times? There's been so much information that we have had at the governing body, at committees, around the discussions of stadia, what is going to happen next, and how many stadium working parties have we had as well. So we can continue to go around and round and round in circles. I have no desire to do that. We need to make some decisions for the city based on all the information that we have had as elected members, which is a lot more than many other people have had. We have had a lot of information. So I will be voting against the amendment, and I want to go back to the substantive and have a debate on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm speaking against the amendment. In regards to A, it isn't just about upgrading the speedway. The Waikaraka Park Master Plan is that whole area, which actually could commit council to millions. And as the multi-millions, actually, and as the councillor for that area, I don't mind. I think that's going to be a win for the local board to get commitment from this council to pour in multi-millions into the Waikaraka Park area. But that's, with my regional hat on, that's something we can't afford. And the rates will go up. That's right, Councillor Sayers. In terms of B, people have been talking about how this has been light speed. This has actually been a decision that's taking 6 years to make. And I would just really like us to get to the point where we can make that decision, hopefully with this voted down, and we can get to the substantive. Thank you.
Righto, thank you. I've had 3 each way. I'm going to put the amendment, okay? Division, apparently, by amendment. Okay, so that we are voting on the amendment. I'll ask Sandra to go through the process, please.
Thank you, members. You're voting on the amendment which has been on your screen. Councillor Baker.
Against.
Councillor Bartley.
Against.
Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Ferry.
Against.
Councillor Filipaina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Councillor Foley.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Leone.
Against.
Councillor Newman.
Well, I'm against A, and I actually support B.
What's that mean?
I don't support the funding of the entire master plan for the very reasons that Councillor Bartley's just stated. But the issue of B, I actually think that is an unresolved matter, so I support that.
So what's the vote? Yeah.
What's the answer then?
We would have to vote on them separately.
We're not. It might be moved anywhere. Abstain. Move on.
Well, we need to put something there.
Okay, I'll vote against.
Thank you. Councillor Sayers.
Very interesting, Daniel. Same thoughts. I'll have to vote against.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Turner.
For.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Watson. Councillor Williamson. Mayor Brown.
Against. Right. Now we'll move to what we came here for earlier in the day. Put it back up there so we can remember what it was. Basically, I've proposed this because this will give Speedway 30 years of solid action on an upgraded plan, and they'll know what they're doing. And it will avoid the risk of Speedway ending at the end of the next season, which is a very real risk to Speedway. We have an operator in Palmerston North Speedway. We have an agreement with stock cars, and we get much better use out of a facility. And it's in a place where you could probably even get more use than the 44 that they've got, because it's a place that's quiet, hard to get to, is not undergoing the type of urban regeneration and gentrification that Councillor Lee doesn't like, but which is happening everywhere. I'm not mad about it either, but it is happening. So, I'm taking debates on that. If anyone's got anything to say, I seem to remember that Councillor Philippine wanted to speak on this, so you may as well kick it away.
Chair, as per standing orders, and it's been quoted by Sandra, I just want to ask you a question in regards to C. It's going to be a very short question. And the question, Chair, is that with the decision around the Ponsonby Rugby Club moving or not from Western Springs, will that come back to the governing body for that decision to be made?
Absolutely. What I'm asking there is that I want everybody to clearly understand there's been some lack of clarity of actually what Ponce have been spoken to about. I noticed when they said that the staff hadn't approached them, Sir Brian actually nodded his head in a negative to the extent it's unclear, so we need total clarity about that. And we want them to have a result which reflects 150 years of sport for a club which has got more members than any other club. And it's a club that's in good order. There are a lot of clubs in Auckland, including my old one, that are in a bit of spot of bother financially at the moment. So it's a debate worth having.
Yeah, no, look, I trust you in regards to ensuring, because it's not clear in C, that the decision around the future of Ponsonby Rugby Club will come back to the governing body. So, Chair, if that is clear, I'm okay with that. And if we're into the debate, I will start the debate if that's okay. Yeah. Yep. Oh, okay. So, this is going to be shorter than when I spoke about the amendment. I've already acknowledged the staff in regards to the work that they have done and put in front of us, and it does cover, from my perspective, the Local Government Act 2002. I just want to make some very quick quotes that I ended up picking up and that I had in my folder going back to 2018 and the subsequent media coverage around this particular issue. And if I go chronologically, I go to June 2018, and just there was just reported by Speedway Promotions said the challenges it faces are vast, and rather than delay the inevitable, it's decided to move to Collindale Park near Auckland International Airport. Yes, I know it's not Collindale Park, but it's the point around moving. Now, that was reported in June of 2013, and what I want to bring to the attention of those around this table is a quote from Bill Buckley, which is, we'll be able to put more meetings on. We're having to limit the number of competitors, and any sport doesn't like that. So, look, that's the reason for that. And the other one I want to quote is in November of 2018 from Radio New Zealand, and it you know, from there, the discussion with Collindale Park, but there was a move in regards to that. The last comment I want to make is at our Auckland on the 15th of March 2019, if you have the opportunity, read that. And it was from ex-Mayor Phil Goff, this is about the move to Collindale Park, supports Bill Buckley's vision, which will allow the sport to grow without the constraints currently imposed by the Environmental Court on the number of meetings that can be held. Through the partai, we have had discussions around how many events can be held at Western Springs for Speedway, and as people have said around this table, that will increase, and that is so much better. I want to congratulate again the Mongakeke Tamaki Local Board in regards to that, but also to the chair of Tātaki Auckland Unlimited. You were very, very clear in regards to the decision from Tātaki Auckland Unlimited in regards to any future funding. And so I congratulate you in regards to being straight up, because that's all we want to do around this table, is to make decisions that are clear cut. And my decision is to support the recommendations. Kia ora.
I don't have any other further ones. I do have, and then I'm going to put it.
2 seconds. Are you talking, Councillor Turner?
Sorry, just said that.
Okay. So I've said plenty today. The only people I want to congratulate and thank are the people who have kept Western Springs Speedway going for the last 95 years. They're the only people that deserve attention and recognition today. It's been an iconic venue. It's been part of every Aucklander's heritage or birthright. The people that go along, largely from the West, are intergenerational. It's identifiable with Auckland as Eden Park and Carlow Park used to be. So it is a very sad day for not just that Speedway fraternity, but for Auckland. We've essentially lost a venue that was internationally acclaimed, a little bit like Eden Park, a venue that seems to be least appreciated by the people that live in the city in which it's located. As far as the future goes, I think it's fraught. I'm not an expert in Speedway, but I know that there's been innumerable instances overseas where venues have changed, and along with that, go drop in patronage. Speedway without the fans, like any sport without the fans, fails to exist in any meaningful sense. There are safety issues there. There's a very real question of whether people will not only go out there, but as to a comparison between an iconic venue like Western Springs and, with all due respect to Waikaraka, racing out at Waikaraka, it's like day and night. So I think the people that have turned up today and sat through this, you may be a little bit wiser as to the way the council operates now, and I'll leave you to form your own judgments to that. But I want to thank those people who, in the very limited time available to them, fought very hard to save this iconic stadium and the code that goes with it at that location for the wider Auckland public.
Thank you. Michael East next, and I've got.
In regard to A, which I will not be supporting, the idea that we're meant to be voting on 11 million of existing long-term plan funding from Tātaki Auckland Unlimited to the Maunga Kia Tamaki Local Board is just a fiction. In fact, 3 million will be coming from Tātaki, the rest will be coming from the council. The local board will have virtually nothing to do with it because essentially all the work and the contractors and those relationships will be driven by Tātaki, not the local board. So let's be honest about it. The second thing I want to say about this form of decision making, issuing ultimatums to long-standing tenants is in effect bullying. Offering inducements to a local board to sign up in support of it, well, I won't talk about that. But excluding interested parties from being able to come to this council and put their point of view is not the is certainly not the council putting light on itself. I can tell you that it's a very bad decision indeed, and this council will live to regret it. Thank you.
Councillor Walker, please. Hello, Councillor Walker.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak to this. Like Councillor Watson and Councillor Lee, I'm deeply grateful to the Speedway supporters and others that within an incredibly short space of time have actually come together and put up some very, very effective arguments and pleas and support for keeping Speedway at Western Springs. Regretfully, the process has been fudged, it's been jacked up, it's been rammed through. I've already spoken of that, I won't repeat myself there. But what I haven't said is that Speedway is much more than most other sports, in the sense that you've got the drivers, you've got the mechanics, the crews, you've got organisation around clubs, you've got the fans, many businesses, sponsors. It's a multi-million dollar exercise that, again, we've received little or no information about around the overall effects. We haven't heard anything about how good Western Springs is as a venue. It's a natural amphitheatre. It works well. That helps to muffle the sound as well. And it's been compliant in respect of its resource consenting. And we've also heard people coming out with ideas around how to make it work. But what we've heard from Auckland Unlimited is frankly not credible. Other councillors and myself have established that. Essentially, it's Auckland Council budget that we're talking about here, not TAU budget at all. Waikaraka Park is a local park, it's a local reserve, and again, it's Auckland Council funding that should be directed to that. So we're dealing with smoke and mirrors, and we've dealt with it in a very unsatisfactory way. So I'll be voting against A, but I'm supportive of B and C, and I would request of the Mayor that we be given an opportunity to vote separately on A as compared to B and C. And I'd request a division. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Bartley, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Okay. I respect the severity of this debate and the potential repercussions for those that are sitting in the public gallery, and respect the arguments being put forward by Councillor Watson and Councillor Walker regarding Western Springs Speedway. But I am in support of this. Obviously, I'm the seconder. Obviously, there are benefits to Maunga Kiki with the Maunga Kiki Tamaki Local Board and all their advocacy throughout the years to support Auckland Stock and Saloon Car Club and Waikaraka Park, and I acknowledge them. But this is also the benefits to the city. And this is a solution being offered up by Tātaki Auckland Unlimited, doing what we asked them to do. We asked them to look at our venues, to look at more non-rates revenue, and that is what they've done. They've so invested in this that they're putting money towards it, the 11 million. And the 11 million is to upgrade Waikaraka Park to be open to these other classes. So the upgrade is to take on, to accommodate, other sorts of motorsport. And when I think about motorsport, and I look at our Auckland Sport and Recreation Strategic Action Plan, this talks about participation. So people will challenge us, why are we supporting something that puts $11 million into a spectator sport and not so much about participation, which is what our policy is about? Some of us are getting lobbied, not just about this, we're also getting lobbied. We're in a climate emergency and we're wanting to invest in a sport that is about cars. So there's a lot of arguments that can be at play here, but what we look at, like I didn't have anything to do with motorsport before I was on the local board, but I went and I saw for myself that it's a community, it's something that is for families. The people that go to watch this sport, the people that participate in it are from diverse backgrounds. So there is a place for this sport in our city. And I believe that this provides a solution because I hear that, the drivers, Speedway, there's a spiritual, historical connection to Western Springs. But from what I've seen around here, the presiding factor for our decision-making comes down to money, affordability. And we can't just look at spiritual. Otherwise, there are a lot of things that we would like to see happen and we would like us to fund, which, we just can't. And these are those difficult situations that we're in. Tātaki Auckland Unlimited have put the argument that it actually costs to remain at Western Springs. Some of us around here always talk about money, the money side of things. It's costing us to stay there. If Speedway moves from there, we can make money from concerts. So I'm looking at that. I'm looking at the cost of it and also looking at how we support it going forward because there's the issues of the number of events. Tātaki have told us 12 events versus 35 events. You're operating in Western Springs where noise is an issue for people that are around there. We've had people come and lobby us to say it's too noisy there. In the Waikaraka Park scenario, you don't have people complaining about the noise because it's an industrial area. And you've also got the background noise of the industry or of the industrial area. So residents are not coming to us saying this is too noisy. In fact, what the community there are saying is Waikaraka Park Speedway, it goes in, it's hand in hand with moving into that area. So there is that. Thank you. The issue of longevity of tenure. Waikaraka Park, Auckland Stock and Saloon Car Club have that longevity of tenure, which, as we've heard today, is not afforded at the Western Springs venue. So, yeah. So in terms of greatest value for investment, it's very clear where the solution lies, where the option lies, and that is through this resolution, that is with Waikaraka Park. So I hope we consider that in all our decision making. We consider that this is providing sustainability for a sport that we obviously can see has a place in our city. And yeah, I just hope we vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Darby, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, it's been a long haul. I think we're coming up to 7 hours on this item, taking into account the earlier 2 hours at the last week on this. Look, I understand Speedway's got a big long history here. I remember Speedway back in my youth, your youth, at the Springs, and I acknowledge that history and the bind that people have to this place. And I understand the passion that people that have come to this meeting today have for that place. It reminds me of I used to live in North London at Highbury Fields, down the road from the Arsenal ground, and there was some early discussion there about Arsenal rebuilding their stadium, and then they eventually, after I left London, they decided to build a new stadium. But the Arsenal fans were adamant. They were going nowhere. They were going to hold on to the fortress of the Highbury Stadium. And now they've got the flash Emirates Stadium down in the Holloway Road area, not too far from Highbury, and the club has moved on. And Carisbrook, there's so many sporting venues where you just have to move on. And we are providing an opportunity for Speedway to move on and build a whole new era of success for them. We've got an event promoter who's prepared to take that risk. He's taking a risk. And they're putting money in, we're putting money in. This is a good collaborative move forward for Speedway. Now, I understand some can't see that. Just like so many Arsenal fans that have forgotten entirely about their opposition, and they're probably out in the Emirates Stadium this weekend and the next cheering on their Arsenal team in the English Premier League. But look, the truth is, and it's a really blunt truth, isn't it? No matter what way you stack this up, we're losing, we're bleeding badly with Speedway at Western Springs. There's an opportunity cost. There's a financial cost. The planning constraints are quite significant there. And you will not be going back and thinking that there is some kind of way we're going to redo the unitary plan to get Speedway there. There will be objections galore for that, and I think it's a hiding to nothing on sorting out that planning area. So there's an opportunity beckoning here, and I would say it's time to just take it and move on. We've been discussing this for years, as Councillor Philippinus reminded us. But I do want to say that this whole meeting of coming up 7 hours has been pretty painful to listen to. I don't think it's been professional governance at all. And I've been embarrassed to hear such words as ambush, sham, jack up, fraudulent. No, councillor, you hire your own room now and speak to some blank walls forever. This is my turn. This is my turn. It is an embarrassment. And I think some councillors around this table need to have a close look at the video and look at some of the words that they've spat out with venom, targeted at our Tātaki chair, our Tātaki chief executive, and our senior executives who have sat at this table and given us the evidence and data to help inform us in making this decision. It's an embarrassment. And I think, the Minister of Local Government, no, go back to your room. I'll hire you your own room if you like, councillor. And I wonder whether the Minister of Local Government, in considering an observer for Wellington City Council, is viewing the episode here over the last 7 hours, because it is possibly equally as bad. It's some of the poorest governance I've seen in my time here at Auckland Council. And I'm saying this strongly because I'm not going to tolerate it. I have no room for this behaviour. It is an abomination.
So it's not letting us speak.
And we've spent coming up 7 hours.
Order.
And these comments are just offensive. It's the uncomfortable truth of it. They are not landing well with those councillors who have spat out that venom. So, I'm not going to delay any longer. I'm not going to defer. I'm not going to obfuscate and denigrate the staff. I'm going to be supporting this move forward. And I hope Speedway can actually see the opportunity that's right in front of their noses here. At least the event promoter can. And good luck to them.
Thank you. Councillor Baker.
I was just about to pull the pin, but and so look, I mean, I got stuck in a conversation on Saturday night, an event with a long-term supporter and lover of Speedway, and we had a long chat, and I asked him what it was that he was so worried about losing at Western Springs, and it was the history. And we've had that mentioned again and again today, the history. And like Chris, you know, I'm from Pukekohe. We lost in 2023 our motor track, which has a huge history, 60 years after the Grand Prix in New Zealand was held in the 50s and the 60s, again in Franklin at Ardmore. It moved to Pukekohe. We lost that. It's gone 31 kilometres, while the supercars, which was the biggest event that Auckland had on a weekendly basis of any event we had, went to Taupo. We lost it. The motorsport industry in Pukekohe and elsewhere, and there are a lot of people in Pukekohe who own cars and have them in their sheds and in their workshops, were irate that the racing club were closing down their track. Are they still irate? No, they're not. Because they have simply moved on, because they have moved to something they believe is better at Hampton Downs. The supercars have gone to where they are quite happy at Taupo. Like Chris was saying, Carisbrook, Athletic Park, there are iconic Wembley, one of the most famous stadiums in the world, is a new stadium. I get the history, I get the anxiety, and as we heard the other day, from someone involved in rugby league when they moved from Carlaw Park. The memories are still there. The memories don't fade. But the venue is new, and so I get the history, I get the anxiety, I understand why there is a reluctance, but this is, I believe, the right decision at the right time. I don't buy into the conspiracy theories. I am really disappointed at the veiled attacks on our staff today, as sort of not in the same, I won't use the same words that Chris did, but I am really disappointed in that. And so, you know, we should be better than that. And we should just be able to debate without having the veiled attacks on our staff. There are means in which we can address things if we've got concerns, but instead we like to throw things out into the public. So I don't agree with that, and it's really disappointing, and I want to thank our staff for the way in which they have conducted themselves, because they have no way of responding when we, like schoolyard bullies, start to attack them. I also want to just acknowledge the local board. They have been basically accused of not knowing what they're doing and not having any idea that somehow Te Taki Auckland Unlimited are riding in and are treating them poorly. They have spoken time and time again and are very clear, and I have absolutely faith and confidence. They are an extremely experienced local board. They know what they're doing, and I acknowledge you for being here, the chair and the deputy, both very experienced, and I acknowledge you and thank you, because you are onto something and you are doing the best for your community, but also for wider Auckland. So I think I'm too am interested in just how Steve Kilgallen got a little scoop, and I've listened to a lot of the things that have been said here today. Maybe when we're looking around as to where that information is coming from, maybe we look in the wrong direction. But I'll be supporting this.
Move that the motion be put.
And I'll second.
Okay, it's been put, a closure motion, you don't have a debate on that according to the rules, so
Under 1.6.1b, entitled to move a motion that the debate be put, we've had 3 in favour and 3 against and more.
okay, it's a closure motion be put. All those in favour?
No.
Contrary?
No.
I'll count those by hands. Pardon?
Thank you,
Division,
members. You're voting on a closure motion that the motion be put.
Motion, yeah, we vote for this.
Councillor Baker.
Sorry.
Point of order.
The order,
Councillor
this
Turner.
is a process.
I had my
It's
hand up
standing
too,
orders.
Councillor Turner, but
Oh, you pulled a stunt on me because I'm a tradie, I'm out of my depth
Point
here.
of
You're not
order.
gonna accommodate people
Councillor
like me.
Turner.
Ken,
Jesus, it's-
Sorry, a closure motion needs to be put without debate. And a division has been called. Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Bartley.
4.
Councillor Dalton.
4.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
4.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher. No. Councillor Foley.
4.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Leone.
4.
Councillor Newman.
Against.
Councillor Sayers.
4.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. 4.
Oh, did you say 4?
She said yes.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart. No. Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
To clarify, Desley, I think it was an against.
Against closing. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Was Simpson against?
You need to put that he's absent for the vote. Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Mayor Brown.
I think Councillor Simpson was for. Just check it again.
She was against.
She was for democracy.
Okay, right, well, I'm for.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to put the motion, the substantial one. It's been called for a division on the substantial motion. Okay, call the substantial motion, please.
Thank you, members. You're voting on A, B and C. Is it all together?
Point of order, please. Could councillors please stop attacking Councillor Ferry? That is not appropriate.
What about including me? You all know I have a dyslexic problem and slow to come
Councillor Turner.
Councillor Turner, please.
You're just inclusive. You're going about inclusive and all this crap you don't do it all that much.
It's 7 year hours of this. You know, this is what you get when you're a councillor. You have to learn the rules.
This is what the public gets when they're not.
When they elect people who don't know what they're doing. Righto. We are putting this motion and it will be put by the...
Thank you, members. You're voting on the substantive motion. Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Bartley.
4.
Councillor Dalton.
4.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
4.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No on A and yes on B and C.
Okay, so it's on. Councillor Foley.
4.
Councillor Lee.
No on A.
Councillor Leone.
4.
Councillor Newman.
Absolutely not.
Councillor Sayers.
4.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
No.
Councillor Turner,
Against.
Councillor Walker,
No on A, yes on B and C.
Councillor Watson,
No on A, yes on
Councillor Williamson,
Well, no on A and yes on B and C. I don't know how we're not splitting, having two separate votes. I thought that's what we agreed to do.
Councillor, Mayor Brown.
For.
That's carried 11 votes to 8.
Okay, thank you for your attendance. I'm going to close the meeting. Cheers. Thank you for the public behaving properly and attending. Thank you.